Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DConf Online 2021 Day 2, the Q&A live stream. How's my mic sounding today? I hope it's sounding better. I got a new cable. I think I had a problem with the cable. Awesome. Thanks. All right. So we've got Walter getting us started. I expect him to be here within the next 5 minutes. He's going to be talking to us about import C. I know that's been a hot topic lately in the forums. He's going to be telling us some of the reasons that he decided to go ahead and get it done. And also, he'll be talking about some of the decisions he had to make and the problems he faced along the way. Razvan, how you doing today?
Hi, Mike. Great.
Glad to see you here. I hope you have some questions for Walter during the talk. So anyway, it's a good talk from Walter. And then after that, we've got Elijah Stone talking about font rendering on the GPU. So far, Ricky, thank you. I hope it stays this way, my mic. Hello, Walter. Now, Elijah's talk will not be so much about D as it is about font rendering. He does have some, a little bit of example code in D. And to make up for it, he gives us some a D tip at the end of the talk. But it's an interesting talk, especially if you're interested in graphics programming. I know we have a lot of people doing that. Hello, Walter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Good.
Then after Elijah, we've got Robert Shadek with a talk about GraphQLD, a project he's been working on. It's a server for GraphQL. If you've never heard of GraphQL, I'll be sure to get him to tell you about it in the live stream. And Robert's talk is so good. I have no idea what kind of questions I'm going to ask him. I watched that video like 5 times already trying to take notes, and I've got some very basic questions, and I hope Razvan and Walter help me out there during Robert's talk about GraphQL. And then we have finally the last pre-recorded talk is from Max Houghton. I still don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Houghton or Houghton? I'll have to ask him when he gets here. He's going to be talking about profiling, specifically profiling D code. And it's a good talk. He's got some dense slides, but he describes it pretty well. And then finally, we're going to wrap it up today with the Ask Us Anything with Walter and Razvan and Átila. And that is our schedule for today. Remember, you can ask questions at any time in the live stream or in the chat box on the talks. And then in the post-talk Q&A, if your question is answered, you'll be eligible for a prize. So today, I think we're giving away 1 t-shirt, 2 coffee mugs, and 2 $25 gift certificates on top of the $50 daily prize gift certificate and the $100 grand prize for everybody who asked questions over the last 2 days. Not $100 cash. I'm sorry. It's an e-gift card for Amazon. All right. Walter,
Yes.
We're still a couple minutes ahead of schedule before I wanted to start asking you questions, but that's fine. We can go ahead and start now. I know everybody here knows who you are, and you don't have to introduce yourself to them, but future Q&A video viewers might not have any idea who you are. So please go ahead and introduce yourself and what your talk is about.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to DConference. I'm Walter Bright, and I started D in around 1999. And D has since grown into a global program with a large community of people who use D and develop D. And my talk today is about a perennial problem in D, which is interfacing D to existing C code. And we've tried many things, and this is import C is my latest solution to this problem.
In your very first slide, after the title slide, you enumerate a few basically what you're doing is describing one of D's initial design goals, which is ABI compatibility with C, and to lesser degrees, syntax and semantic compatibility. That was a design goal very early on. So going back to that time, what was your motivation for doing that? Why did you
being
want
compatible with C?
Yeah, at all those different levels, semantics, syntax, and ABI.
Well, I've been in the C and C++ world for several decades, and I wanted D to be able to have to be able to leverage people's existing C code base, because C is the lingua franca of the programming world. Even about every programming language out there has some mechanism for interfacing with C code. So even if you're not writing any C code, you'll find yourself using the C API or the C ABI on both ends of any two programming languages you try to connect together. So making that easy just made a lot of sense. It gives you, as a D programmer, it gives you access to a whole universe of ABIs and existing code you can hook up to.
Well, I think that was very, very important in the early days of D's adoption, because I remember when I first discovered the language in 2003, there weren't really many D libraries out there. Everything that you had, what was it? What's the Windows Forms library that somebody was doing? That was a pretty cool D library, but almost everything that people were putting out there in terms of libraries were just bindings to C libraries. So there was a lot of dependence on C. I have a visitor. Looks like there was a lot of dependence on C code in the early days of D. Was that also a motivating factor? In the absence of D libraries, you needed to use C libraries.
Oh, that's right. C++ solved it a different way by just simply extending a C compiler. And that way they remain compatible with all the existing C code out there. And that was a very pragmatic decision on the part of Bjarne Stroustrup, who developed the C++ programming language. D did not strive to be source code compatible with C, was not taking that approach, but still being compatible with C code as much as you can is always going to be a big win when you're starting a new language and you just have access to nothing out there. Well, having a C interface gives you access to the C world out there. And instead of having to reinvent the wheel and everything else yourself, you can just tap into all the existing work that's out there.
Did you ever consider, and I know you discarded it, but I mean, did you ever consider, when you were initially developing D, implementing some kind of C compiler or parser in the D compiler at that time? Did it ever cross your mind to do that in the beginning?
It did not cross my mind to do that at the beginning. The whole idea was just seemed ridiculous at the time, because I wanted to write a D compiler, not I've already written a C compiler, but I didn't want to write another one. It seemed unnecessary, and it seemed absurd. I don't really know of another product that's actually built a whole other language compiler into the compiler for the language. Of course, you could maybe say that is true for C++, which is also inherently a C compiler, but D is not a C language merged with a D language. It's import C is a separate actual C compiler built in to the D compiler. It's it's not D pretending to be C. Let me put it that way. It's an actual C compiler.
Yeah, it's a completely different.
Behave like one.
Yeah, it's a completely different circumstance from C++, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, it still doesn't. C++ is still committed to also being a C compiler, and that fundamentally restricts what C++ can do as a language, because they still have to always keep compiling C code. Yes, I know that C++ is not a perfect superset of C, but it's close enough you can call it a superset for practical purposes. Whereas D doesn't have that issue. In D, we can not bother with the legacy old-fashioned aspects of C. We don't need to support those. All that's supported by having an actual C compiler in there to deal with it.
The countdown is on to the start of your talk. It's showing 10 seconds now for me.
All right.
So those of you in the live stream, if you don't have Walter's talk open in another tab yet, please go ahead and follow the link I posted a few minutes ago. And it is about to start. And there it is. I love this. I love this intro.
Oh,
not my intro. Your intro. I'm sorry, your intro, not my intro.
Well, Goofy's my he's my partner here, and he's always striving for attention. He thought this conference was going to be all about Goofy. So.
No, I have to ask about Goofy. I've never asked about Goofy before. I have to ask: is this a long-term relationship you've had with Goofy?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Goofy came from a friend of mine who was visiting many years ago and bought as a little gift, gave me Goofy.
I see. Okay. Yeah. I was wondering if it. Oh,
Goofy's been a fixture in my office ever since.
I see. I was wondering if there was some connection to your childhood or something. My father.
No.
Not that you're old enough to be my father, but my father was a huge fan of Goofy. I mean, that was his favorite character. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why. I always liked Pluto when I was growing up. Oh man, I got sidetracked. We were talking about the compiler. Oh yeah. When I remember years ago, this discussion came up a few times in the forums. Over the years, it's come up, but I distinctly remember one time in the forums years ago, and you shot down the idea of a C compiler and the D compiler in the forums, and one of the arguments you made was the maintenance burden. You're maintaining two compilers instead of just one. So I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember that. I don't know why I remember it. It's always stuck in my head. I remember very little of what I read in the forums, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. But that one stuck with me.
Oh gosh, I don't remember that discussion at all.
Yeah. But I don't remember the whole discussion. I just remember that argument because I've used it myself over the years since, when people talk about it, it's like, oh no, Walter says, the double maintenance burden there. So how do you feel about that now?
Well, the saving grace is that C evolves as a language like all actively used languages do, but it evolves very slowly. So I don't really have to do a whole lot of work maintaining two languages because there isn't much to maintaining C. C has, it does change slowly over time. The target semantics that we have for import C is C11. And C11 has numerous changes from C99, which had numerous changes from C89. But you'll notice those are about a decade intervals in there. And I think I can handle language that changes a little bit once every 10 years. So it's not so bad. Other languages change very rapidly and those changes like C++. C++ changes substantially every 3 or 4 years. And that's a full-time job keeping up with C++. Actually, it's a full-time job for a team of people keeping up with C++. So putting a C++ compiler into D, while technically possible, probably would be a serious maintenance problem, because you'd spend much more time working on the C++ end of it than you would on the D end of it.
We have a question in the live stream here. Is no GC and no throw default in import C?
Yes.
Okay.
C11 does not have exceptions, and C11 does not have a garbage collector. So no.
Yeah.
You're writing in C and you don't have exception. Well, set jump and long jump are exception handling, but the initial incarnation of import C at least does not support set jump and long jump.
Right, but to be clear, I think what they're asking is if you have C code, you can call it from no GC and no throw D functions.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
It's also unsafe.
Right, system. Yeah. Okay. Because I know right now when we bind C functions, we have to explicitly declare them no GC, no throw.
Right. The defaults are different.
Yeah.
So one downside of import C is you can't declare particular C functions as being safe or pure or things like that, because C has no notion of those attributes. So it just assumes the worst case, which is, it's unsafe code, it's impure, and all the glorious aspects of writing in C.
Okay.
I have one question. Maybe this is a bit the elephant in the room. I don't know if you're talking about this in your talk, but what very big advantages does this import C bring over using DPP?
Oh, yes, I covered that in the talk.
Okay. Because for me, it seems I've used the DPP even to integrate D in the Linux kernel, and it works. Of course, it has some rough edges, some bugs, but if you fix them, it works pretty well. And it seems like re-implementing everything in the compiler.
Well, D takes it to the next level.
One of the things you're going to get out of this, you mentioned in the talk as an enhancement, CTFE.
Yes.
But also, you also get inlineable C functions now because you have the source code available. That's something we don't have now with bindings.
That's right.
Yeah. And DPP doesn't give us that, right? DPP just translates.
DPP is still stuck with trying to create a D equivalent of the C code.
Yeah.
And that limits its ability to import C. For example, bit fields. If you've got bit fields in your C code, DPP can't translate that into D. And there are other C constructs that just do not exist in D, and so you can't translate them to D.
I think that it uses STD bitman IP.
Bitmanip is turns out to be very mistaken in its bit field support.
It's good as long as you're just using it in D. But if you're trying to interact with C, it's a problem. Yeah.
Right. It does not produce bit fields that line up with C's semantics, which makes it not workable to use to import C bit fields.
Well, we did use them successfully when we integrated D in the Linux kernel. There were some bit fields, and of course, there were some bugs regarding the generation of code, but we fixed them, and it did work. Or
well,
at least
it turns out
was...
that if you stick with very straightforward bit fields, it'll be portable. But once you start getting into the more stranger uses of bit fields, it's not compatible. Like if you just stick with bit fields in ints, okay, yeah, it produces the same result. But if you start mixing bit fields up, like, one bit field is a int and then the next bit field after it is a short, you start mixing types like that, it starts showing cracks.
And the other thing is, if you're going cross-platform, it's implementation defined, right? So,
Yep.
and
How the layout is done is implementation defined. Although like I said, if you just stick with ints as your bit fields, they're going to be the same. It's when you diverge from that into the other types and mix the types up that all the differences show. And one thing important, if you're going to support bit fields, is you got to do it, 100% right, not just do the common cases right.
We have another question from the live stream. Would @live work when calling into import C?
No. Basically, import C has no @live semantics, so you'll be calling you'll basically be calling code that @live C doesn't know anything about, and so it's not going to work. It'll be the same as if you're an @live code calling @system code. It's going to make worst case assumptions on everything, and you're probably not going to want to use it directly without passing through some decode to have an @live compatible interface to it.
Oh, sorry about that. I have this thing when I first heard about import C, I thought, oh, this is cool. And I looked at the slide where you were iterating. We've already passed it, but you were iterating the problems with the current state of C compatibility in D. The preprocessor is, it obfuscates code, and you've got the pound include explosion and all this other stuff. I'm looking at that, and the only thing on that list that really applies to me is the tedium of translating. That's
really a big thing.
yeah, but it's not that bad. I've maintained these C bindings for so long, and I've translated so many C headers and updated them over the years. 17 years now I've been doing it. Plus I had C experience before I got into this. So for me, this is not a problem. It doesn't bother me one bit. But I'm not. What I'm saying here is I'm not your target market. Yeah, for this feature. You're not your target market for this feature, I would expect. I'm sure you would like, you have the capability to do it. The big thing that stood out for me on that slide was that you have to be competent in C and D. And yes. I think, 20 years ago, I think I talked about this in the live stream last year, but 20 years ago, you could reasonably expect that somebody coming to D had some level of exposure to C, that they could look at a C header file and understand it. It was really difficult to avoid C, in the late 90s, the early 2000s. It was everywhere. And if anybody doing any programming, you would eventually run into C unless you were locked into a Java world, right? But these days,
there's JNI, Java Native Interface.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
But a lot of Java programmers never had to touch that. That's
true.
Yeah, but these days we've got people coming into D who have never touched a line of C code. They have no idea what they're looking at when they see a C header, and I think this is a very, very good feature for people with no C background. So I wonder, did that come into your mind as a motivating factor for? You obviously did because you listed it, but was that a major motivating factor for this?
Not really, because I still think to successfully call C functions, you're going to have to know something about C. But C headers tend to use every feature of C. And if you just want to import studio.h, do you really need to know all the little stuff in the studio.h? No. You just want access to printf and std out and things like that, and you're good to go. But you're still going to have to know things like your hash include path and a couple other things to be successful with it. You just don't need to know the whole language thoroughly. And all the monstrosity that people put in the .h files, you won't need to deal with that sort of stuff. The expertise level goes way, way, way down. That's needed if you're using import C as opposed to translating the headers.
Well, this import C thing's threatening to put me out of business, I think, with my bindings.
Yeah, my job will get automated away soon too. So,
but no, I've got this system now. Anytime I implement a new header, I just open up the header in my editor and open up a new D file beside it and just boom, 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 and I'm done. And then when I update it with a new version later on, I pull up WinMerge, and diff the old header with the new header, boom, 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 I'm done. But what about? Well, never mind. That's not related. I can't ask that. The big thing about my bindings is I generally provide a means to link the link time dependency, static or dynamic linking, and I also provide an option to dynamically load. So manually load the DLL or at runtime, and that requires declaring the functions as pointers. So I guess there'll probably still be a market for that. People who want to dynamically load. But yeah, I love the idea of import C. Some people question it, but I totally enjoy the idea. Now, you talked about several challenges that you faced, like D doesn't have a preprocessor, right?
That's kind of
and then you've got, the features that C has that D doesn't have, ambiguous syntax, that kind of thing. And then you had some decisions you had to make, like what's the baseline, what to do about old style functions, all this other stuff. What was the biggest head scratcher through that process? What was the one that gave you the most thinking time when you were jogging?
Oh, yeah, for those that don't know, I do most of my programming while I'm jogging because somehow the being out in the fresh air and getting the blood moving helps me think. One of the most trickiest problems I had dealing with C is the ambiguous syntax, because C, the decompiler completely separates the parsing pass from the semantic pass. And which is very nice, because anytime you can separate problems into more manageable, smaller chunks, it makes things easier to do. But the C language is not only designed to be semantically analyzed while it's being parsed, it depends on that. So you cannot parse C without semantic knowledge. So the challenge I had was to try to figure out how to parse it without semantic knowledge. And I go into that into the talk, how I solved that problem.
Yeah.
But that's caused a numerous headache-inducing bugs in import C that I believe I've resolved them all by now. But yeah, that was kind of an unclean aspect to it that I didn't like. I like things to be, very straightforward, A, then B, then C. But dealing with this ambiguous syntax that I couldn't resolve at parse time was annoying. Put it that way. But that's why I get paid the big bucks, is to solve these problems, and I believe I did solve it in a reasonable way.
Another question from the live stream: is import C handling comments correctly so IDEs can get at it when using DMD as a library.
I'm not sure what that means as a question.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean by
you're asking,
correctly?
should I recognize specialized comments in C? Because import C does not recognize specialized comments. You know, like having documentation embedded in the comments. It doesn't recognize that. It just ignores all the comments.
Is that what you're talking about, Ricky? Doc comments, that kind of thing? Or while we're waiting on Ricky to come back to us, we got another one here. Oh, here we go. Oh, just that it can extract them and show them on function calls.
No, it doesn't offer anything like that.
Is that something it could do?
I haven't thought about it at all. Because the compiler itself, the only thing it recognizes with comments are the documentation comments, and it collects that information, but it doesn't collect that information for the import C files. So I guess at the moment you're kind of on your own with that.
Another question from the live stream. What I'm missing in D is a go-to pointer for VMs. So my guess is it's supported in import C. So if I use decode in C, would D be inlined? But that's not what import C is. You don't use decode in C.
And the go-to pointer is a C extension by some compilers and is not part of C11. And so as much as possible, I've tried to avoid adding C extensions. So the go-to pointer thing is not supported in import C. Now, that doesn't mean you can't access it, because still, if you'd have to wrap that go-to stuff in a C function and compile it with the compiler that implements that extension. And then you can, just call it as another C function from D. So no, this does not solve that issue. It does not enable you to have go-to pointer in your D program.
Okay, Steve in the chat has a question about the bitfields slide. Is that an intentional difference or a typo between the parameters and declarations? That is, it said parentheses A comma B, close parentheses, int A, double D. I guess we'll have to look at the slide.
Look at the slide. I don't know.
Yeah, no, hang on. I can share my screen here, I think. Whoops, not the video. I don't want to open the video. Hang on. Whoops, I'm showing this to the whole world, aren't I? Okay. Final. Here we go.
Which slide is it?
It's the bitfields slide. All right, it's on the website directory, which is
the bitfields just says make an AST node for them, and it doesn't show any sample code.
All right, hang on.
That's the old style function declarations on the next slide. That has a double D in it.
Oh, right. That must be the one he's talking about. Okay, I injected bitfields into it. Yeah. So anyway, this is a question in the chat for the talk. So you can type a short answer in there for Steve or anybody else watching. So do you have your talk chat open?
No, I don't have the talk chat open.
Okay. I will post the link. There you go.
Well,
and I can type the answer here just to make sure he's talking about that.
Well,
yeah, that's not a typo. You don't have a typo in that slide, right?
no.
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
You do? Oh, okay.
that should be double B, not double D. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's one of those things. I've stared at that slide so many times, and I just don't see the error.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, that should be double B. Huh. Well, congratulations. You're the first to notice that one.
Yeah, I didn't even look at that declaration because I hate old style function declarations. I just have this innate, oh, okay, Steve, you're in the, I see, you're in the live stream. I just have this, I hate them. I got through, I was like, what, 26 or so in the late 90s when I started learning C. And then I got through my first year or so before I even saw them. I mean, nobody was using them in the late 90s. All the code I looked at in those days, all the books I looked at, nobody even mentioned them. And then I opened an old mud code base from like the 80s, and they were all over the place. And I'm like, whoa, what am I looking at here? How is it that you still have old style function declarations in your C code?
Well, I don't, but other people do.
Oh no, I thought you said in the talk that you still have some old C code.
That's right. Some C projects I still maintain were written a very long time ago, back when prototyping wasn't even available. You had to use the old style, and so that's what I did, and never got around to fixing it.
I see. So it's just code that's in maintenance mode. And nothing I see. Okay.
It's just, I ran into it the other day when I was converting my old disassembler OBJ to ASM. I finally decided to convert it to D, and I was looking at it. I thought, my God, I have the old style functions still in there and still using them and still relying on their, old behavior. And it was no trouble at all fixing them, but it was just I was kind of amused that stuff still persists. And the compiler doesn't complain about it, and so you never notice that it's there. Or it's still there, so hiding away in there. But back in the 80s when I learned C, there was no prototyping. The old style declarations seemed perfectly natural at the time. Now they look terrible. Oh well. There's no advantage to using those old style declarations. There's just no reason for them at all, except I want to compile C with import C, so support it.
Ali found a typo also. With Demos.
Did I get the I and the E swapped on that?
Yeah, you put DIE. Looks like.
I'm so ashamed.
Or you put DEI, whatever. What is it? I don't even know. I know the rule is usually, I before E except after C, but I mean, is Demos different? Is DEI? Or is it DIE?
I think the rule is the correct way is the opposite of the way I do it. So.
Yeah, but Demos is DEI, definitely. Okay, Ali. I guess Steve and Ali get a beer next time you see them.
Get the booby prize, yeah.
Okay, getting back to my questions now, or do we have any more? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a Greek name, so the I before E rule doesn't apply. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, the Walter's always wrong rule does apply, though. So.
And I'm an English teacher.
Well, shame on you, Mike. then.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, I don't do Greek spelling in my code. So I mean, my code in my classes. So, no, okay, we just actually covered all the topics I had notes on just from our extraneous conversation here. So, or extemporaneous conversation. I mean, at this point in Import C's development, you're basically in bug fixing mode, or do you still have features to implement?
There's probably always going to be features to complete, but mainly I go through the bug reports as reported on Bugzilla and, just fix them one by one. I fixed another one last night and submitted a pull request for it. So gradually tamping the existing problems down into the noise level with each bug I fix on it. So yeah, there'll always be some question about which C extensions should be implemented in Import C, and that will probably be a never-ending issue because the C extensions that C compilers do is never-ending.
Right. But in terms of the spec, you've got the C11 spec pretty much covered, yeah?
Yeah, there are a couple of things that I can't implement, which are, I talk about in the talk, but
I mean, as far as what you're,
it's implemented now.
Okay.
Yeah, the initializer syntax still is not complete in Import C.
WebFreak says he loved that presentation. We are now in the post talk Q&A time. So if from here on out, if you ask a question in the live stream and Walter or somebody here answers it, then you will be eligible to win a coffee mug of your choice from the D-Lang Swag Emporium. So here we go. From Ateascola, what were those old fighter airplanes pictures at the end for? Were there some reason for them at the start of the presentation? He joined late.
All right. Well, with programming is kind of abstract, and so it's nice to have pictures in a presentation. They make it more interesting. People respond better if there's some relevant pictures. Well, how do you have pictures for C code? And so, I like airplanes, and I'm an old aviation or aerospace engineer. So I'm using the airplanes as metaphors. And another interesting thing about those photographs is they're all of those airplane pictures, including the train picture, are pictures that my father took. So they're from his. I scanned all his old pictures in, and my father was a fighter pilot in the Korean War, and also in the occupation of Japan after World War II. And so these are all photographs that he took. The train wreck comes from one of his jobs was, or his squadron's job was a ground attack, and the major target for them were trains, because the trains carry munitions and supplies and all that, so they're always a target for ground attack, and that was a train that was wrecked in an attack. So. Anyhow, I've always, my dad took a ton of pictures, and I've always enjoyed those pictures. So I thought I'd share some of the good ones in it. But the idea in it is, you have to take the fighter apart in order to do surgery on it, like, add an import C to your fighter. And then there's the plane that was wrecked on the runway. I think it landed. He told me why that airplane crashed, and I don't remember what it was. Either he tried to land with the gear up, or he was pulling out of a dive and didn't give himself enough room and just smacked onto the runway. And the last slide, which is the two airplanes flying, to me sort of symbolized, D and C flying together. So, oh, you're muted, Mike.
The comment here in reply to your reply is, so a new plane like F-22 or Su-57 would be a metaphor for D.
Yeah, but I like P-51s, so I made the P-51s my metaphor.
Okay, John Storm asks, that was a great presentation, Walter. What is the most challenging aspect of import C?
Oh, yeah, I mentioned this earlier. The most challenging thing is dealing with the ambiguous parsing aspects of it. A second challenge was bit fields, because it turns out that bit fields are woefully underdocumented. So Ian and I spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly how GCC and Clang laid out those bit fields so that we could duplicate the behavior. So, but now that we've done that work, you as a user can just take advantage of it. You can use bit fields in C, and they work. In fact, they work so well in import C, and we're so pleased with the result that we're thinking of just adding them into the decompiler, because we've already got the semantics there. We just have to kind of turn them on, and we can have proper bit fields in D. Something I've avoided doing for a long time, but now that we have it, why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, if you're finished, we got another question. Ricky Cattermole says, out of interest, now he's really trying to put me out of a job here. Will there be an out-of-the-box solution to dynamic loading of the C functions, which you can control, rather than letting the system linker handle it?
Well, different operating systems do that in different ways. And one of the goals with import C is to support, let's say, like in the Microsoft world, there's DLL import and DLL export declarations. So yeah, I intend to support those. And there's an attribute in the POSIX world for declaring if C functions are imported or exported from a DLL. And yes, I intend to fully add support for that to import C. So you just write your C code using the DLL import and DLL export like you normally would in C, and D importing it will just follow those same semantics for it.
But I think Ricky was talking about that. That's for dynamic linking. It's not for dynamic loading. Dynamic loading is where you call like load library directly, and you need function pointers for that. That's right.
Well, if you need function pointers, you do it the same way you do it in C. In C, you declare a .h file with function pointers in it, and then you import the .h file, and you can access things through the function pointers.
Right, but let's see. Adam says existing import C might be able to do that today. I've done auto-generated dynamic load stubs over handwritten bindings with reflection before. Might work here too.
Okay, well, thank you, Adam. I guess I'm not really sure what those stubs consist of, but obviously Adam does.
No, it's just function pointer declarations. That's all it is. So, I mean, I would expect that you'd have to do it manually, but I mean, if there's a reflection way to do it, that would be good. Because like OpenGL extensions are all function pointers. And
okay.
Yeah. So, and like my bindings, I have the function declarations for dynamic and static linking, and then function pointers for the dynamic loading. So, but all that's done manually. But I would love a way to automate it. Where are we now? Let's see. Esna asks, I guess it's Deimos and not Demos, if I'm wrong. Would Deimos be enhanced over time with over time? Would Deimos be enhanced over time with import C?
Oh, that's a great question. I guess maybe I'd reframe it as, will import C mean you never have to write another D translation of .h files again? That would be nice if that were true, but it probably won't ever be completely true. For example, import C does not know if a function is pure or at safe. And so if you want to call C functions that are annotated with pure and at safe, you're still going to have to do a hand translation at least for those functions. So import C will never be perfect in that, because the semantics of the two languages don't line up exactly, and D is more expressive than C, and so since D is more expressive than C in what the function signature is, it's never going to be able to customize your C interface to D semantics, as import C literally cannot do that. So there's always going to be a room for a hand-generated interface to it. So there's always going to be room for a demos.
Okay, and Adam is giving me advice here. Thanks, Adam. Let's see, Lance Bachmeyer, you touched on this earlier, but I'm sure he didn't see it in that part of the Q&A. So when will import C++ be ready?
Oh, yeah. I always expect that question. I did touch on it sooner. Implementing a full C++ compiler embedded into D is a giant maintenance problem, because C++ evolves constantly. However, that doesn't mean a subset of C++ can't be done. Like a subset would be like C with classes, which is an earlier, although still compatible, incarnation of C++. Could be done. C with classes allows you to do have things like member functions would be one reasonable extension to add, so that you can have a struct and you can have member functions, and you can go on to add things like virtual functions, and also deal with the tag name stuff, and maybe even simple templates you could do. But the full C++ language is, we just don't have the manpower to do that.
Brian Callahan asks, have you thought about inline assembly for import C? This would be important for making import C usable on certain systems like OpenBSD.
Yeah, I didn't mention that. And the thing is we already have inline assembler for free in import C. It just uses D's inline assembler. So unfortunately, D's inline assembler is not syntactically identical to the GNU C inline assembler. It still follows the Intel. D's inline assembler still follows the Intel syntax, and GCC's inline assembler follows the GCC syntax, and the two are not the same. So although import C does support inline assembler, it doesn't support GCC's specific inline assembler or Microsoft's specific way of doing inline assembler either. So the best thing that can happen to do with inline assembler is write them in C, compile them with your favorite C compiler, and then take the .h file for that and run that through import C, and that should work.
Brian says, gotcha. So I'll write you a GNU to D inline assembler translator for import C.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
And Adam tested traits all members on an import C module, and it worked. So
good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Parthenarx, he asked a question yesterday after Attila's talk about the preprocessor, and he's got a follow-up on it today. He says, I just want to clarify my question from yesterday about integrating a preprocessor. What I meant was, could it be configured to just use some preprocessor executable that I supply?
Well, the easy way to do that, let's say the decompiler was forking the C preprocessor, is you could supply it by simply changing the name of it to match whatever D's trying to run. I mean, D doesn't, when it forks a program, the program is accessed by name, not by looking at the binary. So you can supply any binary that has an appropriate interface and it'll work, and D will think it's the preprocessor. So if it's your preprocessor, yeah, you could do that.
Steve says, Attila was talking about this yesterday at BeerConf, but what are your thoughts about attributes like @safe, pure, no throw, @nogc applied to auto-generated import files?
The only way that can work is if D is able to inline your C functions. Because if it can inline C functions, then it can infer attributes on it, which, it does now. But if it's not inlining them, and if you just provide, let's say, a header or a prototype for a function, and there's nothing import C or D could do to infer the desired attributes on that, and you're going to have to translate the header file manually to D in order to properly decorate it with attributes like no throw and no GC and things like that. So the answer is, if D can inline it, it can infer the attributes. If it can't inline it, it can't add those attributes automatically.
Aikatsu asks, apart from all the goodies that come with import C, do you think this will help to grow the D ecosystem since it'll become easier to reuse available libraries?
Absolutely. That's the whole motivation for doing this. It's clearly been a barrier for people in using D that they have existing C code base with, large, complicated .h files, and nobody wants to go through the boring, tedious, error-prone task of converting those header files to D. So this, I view import C as being very much an enabler for a much broader scope of problems D will be good at solving.
Have you tried using import C on a larger scale project or library?
Ian and a couple other people have been using it against the system headers, and that's where an awful lot of the bug reports have come from. So yeah, they're trying it out on real code, and system code tends to be pretty bad as far as abuse of every corner of the C language. So they're a pretty good test of import C's abilities.
WebFreak says he saw somebody on Twitter already used import C to make a Wayland app with D just by pre-processing the headers.
Cool. Oh. Awesome.
You were going to say something, Razvan?
Yeah, a follow-up question. Do you think import C could be used with the Linux kernel?
Oh, well, I'm not sure of what I know. The Linux kernel uses a dialect of C, and I'm not sure what all that consists of. So I don't know is the answer there.
We got a follow up on the Demos thing. So could we expect a first pass of C translated H files to D? Then they could be improved to use the D features before being integrated into Demos.
Well, the output of import C is not decode. So it will not really work as a first pass to translating your C headers to decode, because there is no output of the D versions from import C. So I don't think D or import C will actually help with that.
Sorry about that. My niece just came home and my dogs are going crazy. Ate Escola asks, will the hypothetical snazzy decompiler have to implement... Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I skipped one here. Joe Berner asks, what are the odds of C++ style capture lists for lambdas and capture by reference versus value? I guess this isn't related to import C, but it may just be syntactic sugar, but it sure is sweet.
Oh, well, that's a C++ feature, not a C feature, so it's not imported, and it's not part of import C. D itself has its own way of capturing um, closures, which is not the same way that the C++ does it.
So Ate Escala asks, will the snazzy decompiler have to implement import C if it wants to be spec compliant, or is it intended as a DMD front end specific extra?
That's a great question. I really shied away from making import C a required part of the D programming language. It's an implementation dependent feature, just like, your optimizer has nothing to do with the D language semantics. It's all about your quality of implementation. That said, since the D import C is all open source, anyone writing a decompiler and needing to support import C can just go ahead and use it.
Kirill has a question. It's off topic, but and I can answer it. Are there any plans to work on Phobos v2, remove packages from standard experimental? And yes, there are plans to work on Phobos v2 right now. It's actively being worked on, planned out. And you should watch Attila's talk from yesterday about where he talks about standard.experimental. He would like to find a way to either get a process to move packages out of experimental and into Phobos, or start using code.dlang.org instead of standard.experimental to put to trial new packages. So please watch Attila's video from yesterday. And Bastian asks, can a C preprocessor be included in the distribution and dub be extended to automatically call it to truly make import C just work? If not, what practical hoops do users still need to jump through?
Oh, well, there are many directions we can go with C preprocessor support, and I've deliberately kind of avoided making a decision on that yet. So until we see how import C is working out, because our experience will be our guide. The biggest problem, we do have a preprocessor that we can incorporate into the import C, which is the warp/DMPP preprocessor, which I did for Facebook a few years ago. It's a full, complete C preprocessor. The problem, though, is all the predefined macros that you'll find in a typical C compiler. There's 400 to 500 in GCC, and they're under-documented or not documented at all, most of them. And that list of macros and their predefined definitions varies according to how switches are set to the C compiler, and this is different for every compiler. So it's a major problem getting that right, and the only solution I can really think that's going to work reliably is to have the decompiler fork the preprocessor that comes with a particular C implementation. So for the GCC stuff, it would just fork a call to GPP, and on the command line to it, pass it the .h file or whatever, and then retrieve the preprocessed file that comes out of it. GCC also has a switch you can use. I don't think every preprocessor has that. It has a switch that can use that will dump at the end of the preprocessing run all the macros and their definitions. So any integration of that will make use of that output to see what macros are predefined or are defined by the .h files plus the predefined ones, and then can run some heuristics over that to pull out hash defines used for things like manifest constants and inline functions, which is what Átila does in DPP to a fairly successful extent.
Okay, we've come to the cutoff time. I promised everybody a 15-minute break between each talk, and we are at that point now because the next speaker will be in 5 minutes before the talk. But we got 2 more questions if we can answer them quickly, and then I'll pick a winner for the coffee mug. Some C constructs are not available in D. This is from Steve. Like using comma operator values or implicit casting of int to short. Since we are using D semantic, will this result in valid C code not compiling?
No, it'll compile because I adjust the semantics and the semantic paths to allow the C semantics to work.
And then the last question, can you use a D namespace when using import C? What I mean is, can I get C to use D mangling?
No.
Okay. All right. And Parthenarch says, great talk, by the way. So Walter, please go ahead and close us out really quickly. Final words.
Oh, final words. Well, I'm really excited to see how import C is going to work out and what impact it's going to have. Of course, we won't know that for 6 months to a year, the impact for it. But I'm really excited about import C, and it went together much faster than I'd anticipated, and was much easier than I thought it would be a long time ago. So I think this is going to be a groundbreaking improvement to see, and I also expect other languages to follow in our footsteps, like they often do, and import their own versions of import C for their languages. So, and that will be a true testament to what the success of import C is if other languages adopt it as well. So anyhow, thanks everyone for listening, and I've enjoyed your questions, and onward and onward and
upward. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Walter. And got a comment here. That was great. Thanks, Walter, for the insights. And so you guys can please stick around in the instance here. We'll be back at 5 minutes before the next talk. So that's 10 after the hour. And I right now am going to pick a winner of the coffee mug. And it is Ate Escola. Congratulations. That's your second prize for the conference. So we will, I'll get in touch with you about that, and see you guys back here at 10 minutes after the hour. Enjoy your break. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we are back and with Razvan about to be eaten by a cat. And I didn't notice that until we were at the end of Walter's talk. I didn't see it at all. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what's up with that. We're waiting for Elijah Stone. He's the talk was pretty cool. He doesn't have any slides for the talk. He's using a program that he wrote, I assume in D, using font rendering to act as in place of the slides. It's a pretty cool little presentation. I enjoyed it. I've seen all of these talks at least 3 times. Some of them I saw 5 or 6 times already. So, do you ever do any font rendering, Razvan?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Not sure?
Yeah, my only experience with graphics was when I was in university. Other than that, I didn't really do much. We had some assignments, but I don't think it was font rendering.
Yeah, I did. I've done a few simple bitmap text renderers over the years, just at different approaches. But I mean, it's something I always wanted to look into was the outlined rendering rather than bitmapped rendering, but I just never took the time to do it. And so watching this talk, I actually learned some new stuff. You know, I like Bezier curves. I've known about them, but I've never dove into how to render them. And so this was actually informative talk for me that I didn't expect it to be. I don't know. I mean, I thought I was going to know everything that was in that talk, but it's really. Ali's got a question for you, Razvan. Are you still in academia?
Yes, I'm trying to finish my PhD this year. Actually, next year, 2022. Hopefully, it will be my last.
Your last year?
Yeah.
Of education?
Of PhD. After that, we'll see.
Congratulations.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've worked with several PhD candidates over here, helping them with their different papers that they've written. And some of them have just gone on for years and years, 6, 7, 8 years working through it. So I was never motivated to do anything like that. Brian says, you can do it, Razvan. It's much better on the other side.
I hope so. Well, actually, it's kind of funny. If you are trying to push a paper to top-tier conferences, it's very difficult. But fortunately, there are also lower-tier conferences which accept, let's say, papers that don't have too much research in them. Because in computer science, it's kind of weird because it's this border. What is engineering and what is actual research, right? Because everything is so applied. Even now, I don't have like a complete answer to that. And in some conferences, they just expect some more fundamental research, whereas other conferences are fine with some automation stuff or some sort of product that you have. So it really depends on what you are targeting.
Yeah, I've edited papers for people, but they don't write them in English. They write them in Korean, and then they get translators to translate them to English. And the quality of the translation varies tremendously. And especially sometimes you'll get 3 people translating one paper, and they all translate differently with varying degrees of, competency. And so you wind up with 3 very different sections of the same paper. It's really hard to, it's much easier to edit English that has been written as opposed to English that has been translated. You see what I mean? And helping people revise that kind of stuff is pretty interesting. Hard. Okay, Ali has a question before I talk to Elijah here. Razvan, how do you pronounce your name? Probably not like I'm doing it, but...
Yeah, it's fine. So in Romania, it's Razvan. but I'm
Good.
fine with Razvan. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, in Korea, everybody calls me Maikul. Maikul. I think it's my cool. Yeah, that's what I am. So, yeah. Elijah, how you doing today? I can pronounce your name, I think.
Yeah, doing pretty well. How are you?
Oh, great. Happy to be here. I was tired before we started, but once we started, I got my my adrenaline kicking in, and I'm feeling pretty good. As is customary for our DConf Online speakers, I will need you to introduce yourself and your talk before it starts. So please go right ahead.
All right. So my name is Elijah Stone. As I think you mentioned, my talk is about text rendering on the GPU. So a lot of math, not very much deep. Try to keep it approachable. See how it goes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, there was. I didn't see any Greek symbols in this talk. That was refreshing. So, why this talk?
So probably about a year or two ago, I started writing this widget kind of GUI library thing, which not really interesting, just like widget tree responsive layout. But I was doing that completely CPU rendered and like the dumb way where like every frame you start and redraw everything. And that worked fine pretty much when you just had a single 640 by 480 window with like 10 widgets on it or whatever. But it was clear that this wasn't like a sustainable strategy for rendering whatever. So I figured there are kind of two places you can go from there. One is to try to not redraw everything from scratch every frame. And the other one is to do hardware acceleration, where you can redraw everything every frame, but it's fast. And the first solution is kind of pretty well studied, and I don't like it because I feel like it basically everything that you draw, you have to keep track of which area of the screen it draws on, and then like next frame you're like, okay, I already did this last frame, and I feel like that's like annoying to keep track of in a lot of different places. Like you can't write a component that doesn't care about that. So the alternative, I never actually rewrote it, I'm pretty sure, to use hardware accelerated primitives, but I just kind of got curious, like what would happen if I wanted to do that? And like most things are kind of simple, obvious, straightforward. But this one thing, text rendering, is not. And kind of what most people do is to just pre-render font atlas on the CPU and then just upload it to the GPU and use the GPU as a really fast memcopy implementation. But you still run into problems with that. Like if you want to change sizes, change your font size, then you have to completely regenerate the atlas, and maybe that takes a while. Or maybe you cache it. Or if you render like a bunch of weird glyphs and you don't want to put them all in your atlas, like CJK glyphs or something, because it would take up a ton of space. Or what if you're doing like VR or a video game where you're looking at things from different angles, and so if you use the atlas, it looks bad. So the alternative to that is you actually render from scratch on the GPU. And I was just curious, like, how do you do that? How does that look?
Yeah, I know the texture atlases, the bitmap fonts and stuff. That's really good for debugging. For the debugging text, and so you put a bitmap render for debugging, and then your solution, the more advanced solution, is good for the user text. But I wonder, how did you get into is this a long-term thing for you, a hobby, graphics programming, or did you study it? Was there any work involved in the past?
No, I don't actually know what I'm talking about at all. I just thought I mean, yeah, it's the truth, but I just thought it was something that could be interesting to learn more about, and I found this paper. It
Well,
like
but I mean, is this a theme for you, graphics programming, or do you just move from interesting topic to interesting topic? What's
yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, in the past I've been interested in like compilers and operating systems and other kinds of things. This was just like at some point I wanted to make video games, so I kind of got exposure to like the way the APIs worked, and then at some other point I was exposed to APL, which is kind of a parallel programming language, like kind of a natural fit for the GPU programming model. But yeah, I don't think this is just one thing I happen to kind of get interested in. Yeah.
No, I was curious because I know a lot of people get into graphics programming and they just keep at it and keep at it and keep at it, and it's always a hobby for them. But I don't meet many people who jump from problem to problem in different domains. You know, that's yeah. I mean, most people I know that I talk to, I mean, that they're focused on one domain for a hobby. Walter's whole life has been compilers, not just a hobby; it's been his job. And I've always was interested in game programming as my hobby. That's all I've been. And I meet a lot of people like that. You meet people interested in, focused on OSs, but it's pretty interesting to see somebody jump around from topic to topic. I wish I had the capacity for that.
Well, to be honest, sometimes I feel the opposite. Like if I could focus, I would probably get a lot more work done and like make more impressive, like big things,
So this program that you're using for the presentation, did you write that for this talk, or is it something you'd already written?
Yeah, that was all for this. It was actually not very big, like 2,000 lines of code in total.
And written in D.
Yeah. And GLSL, but mostly D.
And that's doing bitmap font rendering.
Yeah, bitmaps, and then also I actually implemented the vector technique.
The what technique?
The vector text rendering technique.
The Bezier yeah, Bezier section was really, really interesting to me, because I mean I've seen these things pop up now and again in my graphics books, and I've seen functions to render them in libraries, but I've never implemented a Bezier function. Did you learn that just for the fonts, or had you studied that before?
Yeah, pretty much just learned it for this. I was like vaguely aware that Bezier curves were a thing and that like they were used in like SVG, I think, but yeah, I didn't actually know anything about them beyond that before I started implementing this.
See, and you have a day job programming?
Yeah, I do. I work for Symmetry on a couple of things.
Couple things? They secret, or can you talk about them?
I guess I can talk a little bit about it. It's nothing like this, but work on a sensitive data management system. And I guess one component of that is GraphQL, which I think the next talk is going to be about.
Yeah, I never heard of GraphQL before until I saw Robert's talk. And that was a very interesting way to handle the parser, but I'm not going to talk about that. My questions are for you. Yeah, you have a interesting approach to the presentation. When I was watching the video, my first thought when your introduction, it seemed like you were stuck about what to say, and then I realized it was intentional. I was like, oh man, he's and so I'm sitting here just, I'm cutting these pauses out of the videos to trim them down, and I'm cutting this pause out of your talk, and I realized, oh man, that was intentional, and I left it there. I thought that was pretty cool the way you approached the talk. You put some character into it. A lot of talks, it's just just people, talking. You put the character into it. I really like that. What was the hardest part of this for you to learn? The biggest challenge that you hit when you were studying them, or was it all easy for you?
Well, in the beginning, there was like this formula, and it's like, this is the formula of a Bezier curve, and I kind of skipped over that when I was presenting, but I had to understand where that came from, and I was just like looking like on Wikipedia on this paper. They're just like, here's this formula, and they never actually explained where it came from, and I feel like it took me way too long to actually like figure out, oh, that's because of this, and then like when you actually expand those functions, that's what you get. I also had on the implementation side, way too many times when I was in the wrong coordinate space and I didn't realize that, and bugs ensued, and really frustrating to debug.
But I mean, doing this kind of thing, reading these kinds of papers, I mean, I have a long list of links that you gave me that I put in the description, and every one of them just about is a paper. And to grok the kinds of things.
Read all of those papers. I skimmed the beginning of some of them, but I'm probably going to actually like fully read more of them. But the only one that I actually read fully was the first one.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because I mean, you're telling me that this, graphics programming has not been a big hobby for you, but to grok a graphics paper, you got to have the background for it usually. So I thought that was pretty interesting that you had all these links. Well, how did you get into deprogramming in the first place?
So a few years ago, I think like back around maybe 2016, 17, something like that. I was kind of interested in game development, and I was looking for a language to do that in. And the kind of de jour language seems to be C++, and it was just like really a pain to work with. And so somebody suggested that I look into D, and it's been smooth sailing from there,
You're muted, Mike.
Thanks. That's the way it is for a lot of people. You get into it and you just keep going and you don't look back. What other languages have you worked with besides C++?
I haven't actually done a ton with C++. At this point, I probably when somebody talks about C++, I know what they're talking about because I know D, and there's enough overlap. I've also know a lot of C. I worked a little bit with Python and Common Lisp. I used some TypeScript for work. Trying to think if there's more. Yeah, I think those are the big ones.
And what about the shaders for this? It's GLSL. You were using OpenGL for this. Yeah. Had you done anything with directly with OpenGL before?
Yes, I made kind of a toy game engine. I had some ideas. Turned out not to be very original, not surprisingly, but it is. But yeah, I had done that before, so you already know how much of a pain it is to work with.
And it never seems to get less of a pain, does it? Now, when you were into the game programming, you have people who get into game programming just to make games, and you have other people who get into game programming and they're more interested in the low-level stuff, the rendering, the systems. Where did your interest lie there? Was it in the game code itself, or was it in the low-level stuff? I'm going to guess, but I want to hear your answer first.
So you may be surprised then. I was actually originally just I wanted to make games, and then I kind of was not so interested in that, but I had this kind of idea for, I guess, a novel, maybe not novel, but a way of organizing the game code in a way that I thought would allow, number one, for modularity, and number two, for transparent parallelism. like on multiple cores. So I guess my focus kind of shifted, but yeah.
But you were more interested in architecture.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, I see. And this technique that you're using here, do you know where it's being used in the wild?
Yeah, so there's, I guess the original technique that was widely used for rendering text on the GPU came out back around like 2005, 2006, signed distance fields, and that basically trades off fidelity for space. And that I know sees a lot of use. The specific technique that I talked about that doesn't trade off, but which is slower at runtime, is mainly I think it's patented. There's a commercial library that implements it, and I think that it's used by a couple of like big commercial game companies.
Yeah, I remember the SDF brouhaha back. It was Valve, wasn't it? That was it was Valve that was using it, and it was showing up on all of the game dev sites, and everybody was implementing SDF renderers and generators, I guess, to generate the data for it. When you, I'm looking at the slide here for the epsilon, and you kind of just blow past that. Yeah, in here, you didn't actually give a range. Did you do a lot of experimentation with this to see what a good epsilon is?
Well, no, I didn't, because I skipped the technique that didn't need it. But yeah, I realized that I did that, and later on when I was reviewing it, I realized that I maybe could have given more context on that, but it was too late at that point. But yeah.
Right. Well, no, there was one point in here where you talked about something that you implemented is not completely correct, but it works.
Well, oh yeah, that's like mapping the coordinate space. So like the glyph is being rendered in screen space, and then you have to map it to the coordinate space of the glyph before you actually do your intersection tests. And the way that I was doing that is incomplete. Like it doesn't handle arbitrary transforms, just like moves and scales.
So
you couldn't render text at an angle.
Okay. So there are, well, never mind. But the intersections, the way you explained the intersections was really, really clear. Really,
oh,
really
really? That's
cool.
good.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
kind of worried about that.
Yeah. No, it all comes through very clear. I mean, it's like Ricky Cattermole was very much looking forward to this talk. So I guess we'll ask him after if it does what you wanted it to do here.
I sure hope so.
Yeah. So how much time did you spend on this overall?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't like,
it's not a easy topic to get into. So, I mean, I'm just curious if it took you a long time to work it out, or if it went pretty quickly, or it doesn't seem easy to me. I'm just wondering if you found it easy enough to get through pretty quickly.
I mean, again, like I said, initially there were a few things that like it took me way too long to grok. Once I grokked them, the implementation went, I think, fairly quickly, but there was also like some degree of experimentation, also figuring out the best way to organize the presentation aspects of the program. There were also some, once I actually started getting down to write the renderer itself, that was like, I think, a week or two before I had to actually like finish the talk. And there were a couple of things that like I realized I didn't fully understand that caused me some delays, but yeah, overall, I think not too bad.
Well, you talked about things you had difficulty grokking. Walter mentioned this earlier. One of his, the way he programs is jogging. When he has a problem to solve, he goes jogging and he works it out. How do you work through things like that when you're?
I don't know, it depends. I definitely have epiphanies while not so much jogging. Like I feel like you can't think while you're running, but you can think while you're walking. I don't know, but I frequently have epiphanies while walking, or sometimes in the shower. Sometimes I just like get paper and try to like work something out. I feel like I can think a lot better that way. If I can like write things down or draw diagrams. Though in this case, I think like the main thing was I just like read a bunch of different people's explanations until I found one that hit the wall and it stuck.
So what was that agreement there, Razvan? You like you solve problems by walking?
Yeah, and also I do jog, but I cannot think about complicated problems when I jog because I'm just so focused on telling myself keep moving, keep moving. Yeah, but walking, I think it's a great way of thinking about complicated stuff, or at least it works for me. Whenever I get stuck, I just if I stay at the computer and I cannot find any new ideas, but if I just go outside and walk for maybe half an hour or something, I get fresh ideas.
Yeah, that works for me too. Usually, this is walking. I do a lot of hiking, and I do a lot of walking between classes and stuff. When I always try to leave early so I can get off the subway or the bus somewhere where I can walk for 30 minutes or an hour to get to my destination. So many times I've solved a problem, not necessarily a programming problem, a writing problem usually, or something else. But because I found that actually for me, it's not so much the thinking about it, it's waiting for the right time to think about it. So like I often have when I'm writing, I'll run into a wall, and so I'll set it aside and I won't think about it for 2 or 3 days. And then suddenly when I'm on a mountain or I'm walking between subway stations, boom, something starts come to me and I work it through and I'm done. So, but I don't think I could do the jogging thing either. I'd be like you, too focused on keep going. But anyway, did you have you ever used DirectX, Elijah?
I have not. Actually, no. I think that at some point I tried to add DirectX 11 support to my game engine, which previously only could deal with OpenGL. And I think that I got it to the point of drawing a triangle and then I dropped it. But like, I haven't actually used it in any serious capacity.
I just saw something here in the live stream. Ricky says he has a big whiteboard that he uses, I guess, to solve problems. And John Storm says, I go and cry in my bed and for a few hours. Yeah. I wonder if that's effective. But what are you gonna? Do you plan to do anything more with this? Is this just a one-off project for you? Or are you gonna do something else with it going forward?
I thought about it. Like, I feel like it would be cool if there were an open source library to do this, because currently there isn't really one. The specific
Especially one in D.
Yeah, for sure. And the specific technique that I talked about there is actually patented, so not super attractive for something like that. But there's 2 other things. So one, I don't know if I should talk about this actually, but I came up with a variation on that. Maybe not a variation, but like another way of doing it that I think is different enough that it's not covered by the patent. It's also faster. So, not a lawyer, so I don't know about that, but possible, I would explore that. And the other thing is there's another technique published in, I think, 2005 that is also patented, but the patent expires in like 3 or 4 years. So might look into implementing that, but we'll see. The hard work is not rendering. The hard work is like everything else, like hinting, kerning, and hyphenation, justification, what have you.
Well, there's there are libraries around that. What, Pango, Pongo? What's it called? Pango?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. That's something you've almost got to use a library. But Robert Shattuck says here in the talk in the live stream, awesome talk, and it is finished. So now we are in the post-talk Q&A session. So anybody who is asking a question that is answered, anybody who asks a question that is answered until we stop is eligible to win a $25 Amazon e-gift card. And I've got a couple questions in here that I'll get to in a minute, but I want to touch on that D tip you gave at the end of the talk. Yeah. Was that something you stumbled on? Was it something you found somewhere? Where did you get that from?
Yeah, so in the presentation part, there's kind of have like elements that you combine with each other. Just like you draw the title, and then you draw some text, and then you add some more text, and then get rid of the text, and you show like a diagram of something. So I wrote a bunch of like combinators that would take arrays of delegates, and then you would like call those with your drawing functions, and it would combine them in various ways to make that work. And there were some cases where you'd have like these brackets or like this appending, and it was like annoying. Like, why do I have to append this thing to this other thing? I should just be able to pass in all these functions. So that was like something I used to make that slightly less painful.
That looks like something that should go on the D idioms page, maybe.
Yeah.
Contact Guillaume. Okay, so we have a question here from WebFreak. You used GLSL in your presentation. Would you have been able to use dcompute instead?
Presumably, I don't know anything about dcompute. I haven't looked into that.
So that's something for a future direction there. And Thomas Bishop asks, are you familiar with Eric Lingul's slug algorithm? How do the methods differ? His technique is patented and requires a license.
This is the slug algorithm.
And WebFreak asks, is calculating the direction of the curves really necessary? Before I had learned about the even odd rule, where you just say if the number of points you went through is even, don't draw. If odd, draw.
Yeah, so where you use that is if you want to do anti-aliasing, you actually calculate how far are you above or below the curve, and then you saturate, then you multiply that by like the direction, but you saturate at 1 and -1. So like in most cases, you would just add 1 or subtract 1. But if you're like, if this is the curve and I'm right below it, then you would say instead of adding 1, you would add 0.5, and then you'd have like a pixel that has 0.5 saturation. So you use it for anti-aliasing.
Keep those questions coming. Walter, have you ever done any graphics programming at all? You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, a long time ago, back in the 80s.
Was it wireframe?
Graphics.
Say again?
Bitmap graphics.
Oh, right. Bitmap graphics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
just curious.
no acceleration, no library, no nothing. Just, turn that bit on there and that bit on there.
Yeah, old school graphics programming. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So-
And before that, I worked on the a Mattel and Television video game, which is on my walterbright.com. You can see some pictures from that. Basically a roulette game, very, very primitive graphics.
Oh, by the way, Thomas Bishop, there's a link in the description to Eric's, in the video description, there's a link to Eric's paper. It's the very first link, I believe, in the description there. So are there any other similar algorithms that aren't patented that you've seen?
Yeah, so there were, they're near the bottom because it's like the really heavy academic stuff, but I believe that like the last 3 PDF links or so on there are not patented. And those are, I haven't had a chance to look at those closely yet, but there's one that looks really interesting. Uses scanline rasterization, which is what CPU renderers usually use. Harder to make work on the GPU, but apparently they got it working somehow. So I'm planning to take a look at that, but yeah.
Are there any other? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And sorry, I was just going to say, there's also Pathfinder, which is another set of techniques which I think is planned to replace what Firefox uses. I don't know if they've done that yet, if they're ever going to finish it, but I think that's the plan.
Okay, guys, we've got 2 names in the hat for the gift certificate, the gift card. So if you want to expand the the base there, let's go ahead and get some more questions in here. What's next for you after this?
That's a good question. I don't know. See where the wind takes me, I guess.
You don't have any plans for that. Okay. Thomas Bishop says, what graphics API would you recommend for beginners, for someone who has found the Vulkan API slightly overwhelming?
That's an understatement. Yeah, Vulkan is like really a pain. I would go with OpenGL. There's this really great website, learnopengl.com, I think, something like that. Yeah,
that's the
what
one.
I would go
Yeah.
with. OpenGL has its idiosyncrasies, but it's less of a pain than Vulkan.
And it's more flexible than it used to be with the fixed function pipeline. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Have you tried to use Vulkan? You seem to know something about it.
Yeah, Vulkan was another thing that I tried to add to my game engine, and then there's still some files in there, like with partial support for it, but I never finished because there's like 1,000 lines of initialization. So, yeah.
Yeah, I got a book on it a while back, but I haven't had time to do anything with it. It's just one of many things on my future to-do list, probably when I'm retired. And of course, by then, Vulkan will have been supplanted by something else. When you say you can, this is from Stephen, when you say you can use the entire canvas for calculation, do you truly mean the whole canvas, or do you at least limit to some min-max value for where the character should be rendered?
Yeah, so I usually render just quad around like the bounding box of the character. You can also, if you're drawing at like a very large size, something you can do is to like kind of like triangulate and draw something like approximating the outline of the character, and then just fill white or black within spaces that you know are inside or outside of the character. But that's kind of something you have to trade off because it's small space, at small sizes, that's not worth it.
You know, this is not necessarily a question for you. It's for anybody who's listening. I know that Sublime Text has a custom text renderer, and that's one of the things that makes it so fast, I believe. And I'm wondering if anybody in the live stream has any idea of the approach they use for their for their text. I know they use OpenGL in some shape or form. So if anybody, go ahead.
I don't actually know these, but I mean, I would be surprised if it's not just like an atlas. Like atlases are faster than anything else; they're just not as flexible. So if all you're doing is like flat, especially monospace, then I don't know. Maybe somebody else knows better.
Yeah, that's what I've been curious about that. I mean, there's been some scant information about their renderer online, but it seems like a big step to take to render your own text for a text editor. But they seem to have been successful. Yeah, they seem to have been successful with it. Walter, Razvan, do you guys have any questions for him?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Me too. Actually, I have one question. I just skipped the window where I could ask it. You said that you found out about the D from a friend, and I'm curious. Do you know how he found out about the D?
No, actually, I have no idea. I don't think that he uses D. So yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised, but yeah.
So he just mentioned it, something like, oh, it's not language that I don't use and don't like, but maybe you could use it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's kind of different priorities, I think. Like, I think he mostly works with Java, so yeah.
Are you still friends?
Yeah.
Steve had a comment here for WebFreak related to that question he had earlier about the left-right thing. And Steve says, I think the reason you do left-right is because if you have, for example, two letters painted over each other, you can correctly render the overlap. Render if non-zero. Otherwise, you would get weird holes in the letter.
No, usually, I think usually if you're overlapping, you just do, like, you draw the glyphs separately and you do, like, depth buffer or whatever. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. There's a whole discussion going on in there, and I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud. But if you want to get into the live stream, maybe you could jump in later. We have another question here from John Storm. What other graphics projects are you becoming involved with?
Becoming involved with? I don't know if I've become involved with anything. I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Ali asks, why did you pick and stay with D?
Because it's really flexible and really powerful. Like, I think like originally I turned to D from C++ because it was just more convenient. Like the defaults were better. But like over time, I kind of see this ideological difference where like D doesn't limit your expressiveness in ways that maybe other languages would. Like there was kind of this notable distinction between like the D static if and the C++ context for if, where in D static if doesn't make a scope, and in C++ context for if does. So like you can declare variables in static if, and like, just things like that. Like it gives you so much to work with.
Ali has a follow-on question from that, but I'm going to have to ask him to clarify it. He says, and what other languages were considered? Considered for what, Ali? For this project or something else? What are you getting at there? While I'm waiting on him to clarify, we have a question from Ricky. How much banging your head? Okay, sorry. Ali says for this project, but this project was just for the talk, right?
Yeah, rather a lot. like I mentioned, there were a few really annoying bugs with coordinate spaces. I'm pretty sure that I have one thing.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Time out. I didn't finish Ricky's question. Ricky's question was different. I was talking about Ali asked what other languages were considered, and he clarified for this project. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was only going to use D for this project because, I mean, for DConf, but I think like for a library, something like that, I probably wouldn't use something other than D.
Okay. And so, oh, wait, stop. Whoa, what? You would have used something other than D?
No, I wouldn't have used something
Oh,
other
I'm sorry.
than D.
Oh, blow my mind. Right. And Ricky says, how much banging your head against Unicode did you do in the process of exploring the problem domain?
Oh, Unicode. Yeah, Unicode is fun, and I did not deal with that at all. I did ASCII only, actually. That was why I didn't have the accent on the E in Bezier. But yeah, I think Unicode would be like a fun direction to take, like something to add after this. So maybe see you next year for a talk on how to handle Unicode in text renderers.
I know we have several people in the community who are doing graphics engines, and they're working on different ways of text rendering. This was a topic in the Discord not too long ago. Do you hang out in the Discord, the D-Link community server?
No, I don't. I'm in the RC channel, which is more obscure, obviously, and
I'm supposed to be in the IRC channel. I'm an admin, but I never go there. No, I mean, this has been a big topic of conversation not too long ago. We have, the handle is what, Shape Shifting Lizard, I believe, has a 2D engine where he's doing graphics. Ricky says, I'm doing Unicode database in D at the moment. And yeah,
oh, nice.
big D files when converted, like 30 megabytes.
30 megabytes.
So, but anyway, I think if you were to get a way to do something like this without the patent getting in the way, this kind of library would be really useful, I think, especially if it could support, if it were renderer agnostic. Yeah, so we would definitely like to see something like that in the D community. All right, guys, last chance for questions here. I'm getting ready to call it in a couple minutes. It'll take a 25-minute break or so. And while we're waiting for questions, Elijah, why don't you go ahead and close us out?
Close out?
Yeah. Final comments, final words, final thoughts. I don't want to say final words. That sounds gruesome.
Yeah.
Ominous.
He rocks. I don't know, people say that.
That's it. All right. Yeah. And if there's no more questions, all right, we'll go ahead and get to the break after I announce the winner of the $25 gift card from Amazon. And Thomas Bishop, congratulations. You get a $25 gift card from Amazon. And I will need you to email me. I'll put my email address in the chat, and I'll let you know what I need from you to get that to you. Everybody take a break until 25 past the hour when I got that right. Yes, 25 past the hour. Yes. When Robert will be here before his talk on GraphQL. Elijah, Max says D-Rocks should be our informal slogan. Elijah, it's good to talk to you, and we'll see you around. Walter, Razvan, see you guys after the break. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, okay. And see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can
Yeah,
you hear
okay.
me?
Yep, and we're on break right now.
Yeah.
So I will
No worries.
back.
I'm just checking the setup to see if it's going.
Yep, it's working. You're all good.
Demos. Demos.
Okie dokie. We are pretty much done with the break now. I declare. So,
Yes.
how you doing today, Robert?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for coming. I have no questions for you. See you next time.
Sure enough. Thanks for having me.
No, I have a few questions for you, thankfully. But first, why don't, sorry, before you do the customary introduction, I'll wait for a few more viewers before I say this, but go ahead. Introduce yourself, please, and your talk. For those who don't know
hi,
you.
I'm Robert. I've been part of the D community for some time now. Maybe you've seen me somewhere. And recently, or like pretty much for the last 2 years or so, I have been using GraphQL for work. And as D is the best language, there needs to be a GraphQL server implementation for D. So I implemented one. And the talk is about that. And well, actually, the talk is not about how to implement a GraphQL backend. The talk is how to use it. Because the interesting bits are done. And as the title says, we have to do the boring bits, which are actually quite interesting as well. But yeah, clickbait title and all.
Yes. Well, the talk itself is not boring. I can say that. I've seen it enough.
Thank you.
But I had no idea what GraphQL was before I came into this, and I didn't really allow myself time to dig into it beforehand. So I'll leave it to you to explain what GraphQL is. And aside from being D being the best language, what benefit does having GraphQL D bring to us?
I mean, some of that is explained in the presentation as well, but I can do it here as well. So basically, when you think about GraphQL, think like a REST replacement that is borrowing quite a few things from SQL without borrowing the syntax. So basically, when you write a request to a backend, you can define what kind of data you want and how that is supposed to be. So for instance, maybe you only need the email address of a person, but not his forename or surname or some other information, and you can only request that thing. So in traditional REST backends, you would have to create one endpoint per request schema you want to request. And GraphQL pretty much gets away with all of that. So you can, as we like to be in the D community, very lazy about what you have to implement. And I'm all for that. And actually, it's sort of the new trendy request language that is sort of bubbling up more and more in the web world. So it was initially developed by Facebook for Facebook, but since 2015 or 16 or so, they are publishing like a specification for the language itself. And it has been implemented in pretty much all the languages. And I like it a lot. It gives you enough flexibility to get your job done, but it's not as easy to kill yourself with it as it is with SQL. So a good compromise, I would say.
Oh, I hated SQL back in the day. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I absolutely understand the hatred for SQL, but on the other hand, it is an extremely powerful language. So at work, we use Postgres to basically populate the data we return with GraphQL. And Postgres is just, the performance of it is just awesome.
I guess it's not SQL that I hate so much. I don't mind typing it into like a database viewer, but I was working with Java and checked exceptions all over the place, and I hated that API. But anyway, that's another time, another place, another talk that I will never give. About this. The talk is about to start in less than 2 minutes. The countdown hasn't started yet. And hey, Web Freak, in case you didn't, just to remind you, I can't start the countdown. It's automatic. So it'll start when it starts. But I did go spelunking a little bit through the GraphQL code base, and I noticed, I didn't notice, I actually looked for it. The initial commit was in August of 2017.
Yeah.
And that's quite a while ago. And so this is before you started with Symmetry, right?
Yes. So this was like, I was interested in GraphQL quite early because I have a profound hatred of REST, as you have a profound hatred of SQL. Probably not because REST is bad, but the way I got exposed to it wasn't so nice. Also Java. So I think I was actually at a conference at the time. And as you do as a conference, when the presentations aren't as good, you say, well, let's see what else is out there. And I had a look at GraphQL and was thinking, this is interesting. And at the time, I was really into parser generators. And I looked at the grammar from GraphQL and realized that it probably fits into LL1 grammars. So I was thinking, well, let's first create a parser generator, because that is obviously the quickest way to get anything done, which it's not. And so I created a parser generator that is good enough, I would say. And then created the grammar, basically copy pasting it from the spec and generating the first parser. But then, reality struck again, and the conference I was at was over. And pretty much nothing happened for a while. And then, I was done with university and started working for Symmetry, and realized that I was basically creating REST interfaces and found it very annoying. And the worst part about it was I had to do quite a bit of front-end development to shape the data I wanted to present in the front end through JavaScript observables. And I never really understood how to chain those, as the asynchronicity of them are really strange and difficult to use, at least for me at the time. So I was thinking, well, I had this GraphQL thing and this looks like I can reuse it. And I talked to my manager and said, hey, GraphQL. And he said yes, and off I went and sort of implemented the backend for it. And obviously it took a lot longer than I hoped for, but I got it done eventually. And the cool part was, after pretty much the GraphQL thing started working, I was able to delete most of my front-end code. And right now, the biggest part of the project is just, HTML to display the stuff I get with GraphQL. And that's how this project started and then continued.
Yeah, that was my next question, was how it got to Symmetry. But thanks. And I I don't know if you noticed, but I picked the SF themed introduction for your talk because you're an SF geek. So I figured it's appropriate. I looked not thoroughly, but I glanced at the code, and I was looking for to get a sense of how heavily you're using these metaprogramming features. And my initial impression was that it's not as heavily as I would have expected.
There are parts of it that are quite heavily using it. So the cool thing about GraphQL is that it's fundamentally strongly typed. And basically what I do is you provide destruct with all the entry points into your graph. And then there is metaprogramming that iterates all those functions and iterates all the return types and parameters to these functions and translates them into the GraphQL schema that you can export. And also you can use the GraphQL API to query the schema itself, not only the data, but also the schema. And all of that is generated from the destruct and the member functions of it. So there are some bits of the GraphQL implementation that use it very heavily, but that's other parts.
The schema package is where I saw, I'm sorry, you can't see where I'm pointing. I'm pointing at the screen. I've got the schema package is where I saw most of it. You've got the introspection types file and there the two schema file. But Yeah, but I was still expecting a lot more than it just seems like this is the kind of thing that would need it. So, but the reason I ask is because when you started working on this 4 years ago, were you as heavily into the meta programming as you are now?
To a degree, yes. I think since then my code has become more functional than it was at the time. So at the time, like, I wasn't using like STD algorithm and range as much, but the meta programming, I would say, was already there. Like the one thing that I didn't do with meta programming that could have been done is the parser generator is actually quite trivial. It's like, I think the project is like 4,000 lines of D. And actually what it does, it generates the D files and then they are compiled. And you could have done that with CTFE and mixins. But how to put this? The error messages you can get when you actually compile the file are better than what you can easily generate from the CTFE side of things. So but how to put this? GraphQL itself isn't too complicated, and like turning like one schema, aka the D structs and functions, into another schema isn't that difficult. It's I mean, when you look at the GraphQL schema, it's basically the return type is on the right side of the parameters, not on the left side. That's it.
Yeah, I like the syntax. It's actually not that bad. I usually don't like unfamiliar syntaxes like that, but it's easily understandable. And it doesn't look too difficult at all. Seems to be a fairly clear relationship on both sides. I'm looking right now at your turning D structs into GraphQL types. Do you have the talk open?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So so when you see that, and it looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And the only problem that I recall you mentioning in the talk was the issue about the circular, not references, but I guess it is circular references where you have like the captain of the ship and the captain has a ship.
That's sort of the fundamental problem there. Like GraphQL comes out of the JavaScript world, and they don't have the idea of structs there and the known size of structure. It's all object, right? It's all classes. And when you actually want to use the structures of your schema in your D program, at some point, like if you have those circular references, that just breaks down because the compiler can't infer the size of the structs. But like as I showed, there are easy ways around that. And you can always use classes which, how to put this, like having GC angst isn't really a thing when you do like network programming, because the network is always going to be the slowest part there. So you can always just use classes and move on with your life to do whatever you need.
So for those not watching the talk right now, what we're talking about is like a ship struct having a member of a captain struct, and the captain struct has a member of the ship struct, both
right.
by value, not pointers. So his solution to that was the nullable
store.
Yeah, nullable store.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And that's in your library.
That's like the smallest library you can imagine. It's basically an empty struct that has an alias to the template parameter to easily get its name or its type. And
So what are your compile times like?
For the project, like the work project is about like 50,000 lines of D, and like an incremental build, like 7 seconds or so. Not too bad compared to other languages, but still, like, I would say an order of magnitude too long.
Yeah, that was my next question. Where's that on your frustration scale?
Frustrating enough. I mean, considering the rant I wrote recently, frustrating enough, I would say.
I have to ask while we've got them here, Razvan and Walter, what are your no-go compile times? Where do you start getting really red-faced and steam coming out of your ears when you see a compile time? What's the magic number for you?
It really depends on the amount of code that you're compiling, but I want to note that in recent years, compilation of Phobos has skyrocketed. Like 5 years ago, when I started working, I would just type the command, and like in 1 or 2 seconds, you would compile both the runtime and Phobos. But right now, it's like half a minute or something. I'm just pulling these numbers out, but it's a lot. It's a lot, and especially when you're doing development, it really eats your time. And if you start compiling the unit tests, then it's like, I don't know, 15 minutes or something.
Well, thank you for self-censoring where you're pulling those numbers from.
Well, to me, it's too long if, I press the enter key at the end of the command line, and by the time that the key rises back up, if it hasn't finished, then it's not good enough.
Okay, I totally did not expect that. That's Átila talk right there. I did not expect that from an old C compiler. You're not an old C compiler. An old C programmer, a veteran C programmer like yourself. I did not expect to hear that. Has that always been your thing?
Well, I've found that every factor of 10 in compile speed is transformative in how you write code. I started in the days when you submitted your card deck, and then you came back the next day and you got a printout. So you were very careful about sort of hand compiling stuff to make sure that you didn't make a stupid mistake, which would cost you a day in turnaround time. And then we got to paper terminals where it would print things out, the SR33, and those were slow, but and in the 80s we had floppy disks, and their compile speed was everything, because listening to that floppy disk grind away was very annoying. But the problem is, as the compile speeds went up, the size of the code people are trying to compile goes up in proportion. So you always seem to be stuck in about the same length of time it takes to compile the code. So it's a constant problem. And the other problem is the decompiler is very fast. And so people think when they're making enhancements to the decompiler, they don't have to worry about speed. And so, it's constantly slowing down as pull requests are added to it. And then every once in a while, somebody goes through and profiles things and speeds it back up again. So it's a constant struggle. But if I have to get up and go get a cup of coffee or do something else for a while it compiles, that's a big problem, because it breaks your concentration and your train of thought when it takes that long. It really should be a key click to compile.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that in not the live stream, the DConf yesterday, and I don't think D is a coffee cup compile language. I know I've heard that a lot about C++, but yeah, I think D. Our compile times. I mean, if they increase, I can see how that's frustrating. If it's longer than what you're what it was before, you're used to what it was before, and now it's not there. But I don't know. I have a pretty high tolerance for compile times these days. It doesn't.
Well, the test suite is a major gating factor for me, because the test suite takes so long to complete that I've gone off and I'm working on another project by the time it's done, and then it takes me a while to get back into what I was working on before. So when it's so long, the delay, that you're working on another project by the time it finishes, which is what happens with our test suite, that's a real productivity killer.
You're getting some commiseration from Harrison Ford in the live stream, who says, "Oh God, the DMD test suite."
DOD test suite.
The DMD test suite.
Oh, DMD test suite. Yeah. It just takes too long to run.
But the DMD test suite, it doesn't take too long because of compilation times. We can improve it. Like if we would use DMD as a library to test some of the stuff, it would be much faster. But
Well-
currently we're spawning a process for each file, right? So I think that is the overhead in the DMD test suite.
Well, when we originally did the DMD test suite, I combined as many tests as possible into one file because it wasn't the number of tests that was causing the delays, it was the number of files. So
Yeah.
the fewer files in the test suite, the faster it ran. That's sort of fallen by the wayside, but it would be a productive thing to do, to go through a lot of the at least the smaller files in the runnable directory and merge them into one larger file. It'll run a lot faster if you do that.
So my next question, we're looking now at the resolvers, and you're using delegates for all of this, and I'm wondering what your memory usage is like. Not just compile time memory, but your runtime memory usage.
Like when the project has been running for a day, 10 megabytes. Like so little, I don't care. Like don't care at all.
And can you talk a little bit about how you guys are using this in Symmetry?
Yeah, sure. It's basically our, like, how to put this? It's basically an HR app, like storing information about people. And obviously, at some point, that information is also required by other parts of the business. And having like Git is fundamentally an idea that is required in all domains, but you don't always want to use Git. So yeah, you use something else, and hopefully you have an API that people can use, and this is it. It's like how to put this? When I studied computer science in university, there was always the joke that we all end up like implementing an HR database as sort of the place where you don't want to be. But actually, if you are in that place and you do something like a little bit novel, it's actually very interesting. So yeah, there are many aspects of where you can find interesting work there.
We have a question in the live stream. Is off topic. It's for Walter. It's probably better asked in the Ask Us Anything session later, but we can go ahead and ask it now. Walter, is there any dip that you would like to have assistance on regarding being your champion?
Oh.
So many.
I can't think of one that stands out at the moment. Max is already working on the move constructor thing.
So maybe come back later. Give Walter time to think about it, and come back later in the Ask Us Anything, Alex, and you'll be eligible for a prize then. We're not in the prize zone now. Walter rocking the Caltech alum sweet shirt. Sweet shirt,
yeah.
Sweatshirts for day 2. Yes. Are you a Caltech alum, Harrison Ford?
Yeah.
No. Harrison Ford here. I'm not sure who Harrison Ford is behind the name, but Robert, my next question for you is about the Star Wars package. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, so sort of the default test suite for GraphQL is basically the Star Wars movies and the characters and planets. And there's also the first suite I had is Star Trek, because obviously Star Trek is a lot better than Star Wars. But at some point I also tried to or implemented the interface or the schema that was used by the reference implementation of GraphQL. So that is the Star Wars part. But I think the Star Trek schema has a lot better test coverage.
I thought that was something you did. I didn't realize that was a GraphQL thing.
No, I think there are nerds everywhere in this space.
Yeah. I don't have to type this. I can say it. I'm in the live stream. Guys, please keep your questions on topic to Robert's talk for right now, please. We've got an Ask Us Anything session coming up at 1900 UTC, and you can ask. Razvan will be there. Walter will be there, as will Átila, I believe. And you can ask them any question you want then. Right now, I want to keep things focused on Robert's talk, please. Thank you. And so I had a question here, but I think you already answered it. I was going to ask you, did you have any big problems in the implementation over the years? And I guess anything besides the circular references that we were talking about?
Not really. I mean, like every once in a while I had an undefined reference when linking, but usually like the Pragma Mangle was able to allow me to hack around that, but those have gotten fewer and fewer over the time. And yeah, I mean, after I understood how to actually execute a query such that the resolvers get called in the right order, the rest is easy. I mean, the main implementation file is, I would say, fairly small. And yeah, it's basically hydrating and extracting data out of JSON objects. It's nice and boring, actually, and it works. And that's, yeah, what you want, right?
My apologies to Harrison Ford. That's his real name. I see people sometimes in the streams in the Discord using names of famous actors, and I assumed this was one of the cases. Max says here, I think I've rediscovered I think I've rediscovered a big source of these undefined refs when made up programming. Do share.
That is good. I mean, I think in the work project I have 2 or 3 left, which are kind of annoying because I really searched for the call to them and there shouldn't be any call to them. And I'm not sure why they end up in the final binary, even if it's like a non-debug release binary without unit tests. I don't know. But yeah, as I said, working around that, I have learned over the time.
So how has the code base evolved since the early implementations to today?
Steven Zweighofer did a big push to decrease the amount of memory used during compilation in the reflection package. But other than that, the code is, as I said, fairly small. I mean, the parser is generated from an extended Bacchus-Naur form. And that is the most boring code ever. It's basically a bunch of nested ifs and seeing if, the next token is what it's supposed to be or not, and then some string concatenation. How to put this? GraphQL isn't actually that difficult of a language, so the implementation is somewhat small.
I didn't ask you this at the beginning, I don't think. What was the motivation for this talk? Why did you pick this one this time?
It's basically 2 or 3-fold even. So when I implemented GraphQL, I looked around at the other projects and saw that quite often they had very big teams, and doing it in D was comparatively easy, I would say. And when I looked at the usage of the packages in other languages, it really seemed like the interfaces seemed to be very annoying and you had to type a lot, and D is just nice for that. Then as you basically showed, the knowledge of GraphQL as a technology isn't widespread. And I found it to be a very productive technology to get stuff done. So yeah. I would imagine that I'm not the only programmer that likes to be lazy, and that's it. And yeah, and then it's always good training to give a presentation. I mean, how to put this? When I go back to my first presentation at the first DConf in 2013, it was a pain for myself to watch myself giving it. Like I rewatched it like a year later, and I could watch like 5 minutes at a time, and then I couldn't look into the mirror for a day or two. It was horrible.
Never watch your own talks.
Actually, from that moment, my advice to all the students, which also had to give like presentations for the thesis, was
watch your talks.
Yeah, it's Friday night, you're alone at home, it's dark, get the blinds down, open up your laptop, record yourself while giving the presentation and watch it and delete the file afterwards. And a couple of students actually did it, and they said it was like the most terrible experience in their lives, or their university life, basically. But it was very good. And you could basically see, like from the first presentation they gave to the second or third one, when they actually did it. Because all those small tics you have just as a human given presentation, which are sometimes very annoying, just go away. And so I make sort of a habit of watching my own presentation, even though it's painful and your self-esteem is going into the dumpster, basically.
Well, I don't mind watching. It's not how I give a talk or how I present myself. It's what I say. That gets me. When I'm editing these Q&A videos, I'm going to have the volume off and just focus on the waveform to cut the. Yeah. I don't want to hear what I'm saying. And that just made me forget my next question. Thanks a lot. But anyway, Steve is going to rescue me here. He says the most difficult and hairy metaprogramming part of GraphQLD is cataloging all the possible types, since GraphQL requires a reflection API. Yeah. So basically you have to take like the return types of all the functions. And then like if it's returning a nullable or an array, you have to get the type that is wrapped by the nullable or the element encoding type. And then you have to introspect those types. So if it's a struct, you have to iterate those members. Make sure that you don't accidentally also look into the like op equals or compare functions and op to string. And then you want to get the return types of those functions if they are available, if they require additional parameters, and also do the unwrapping. Then you have to unique all those types. So if you have like, the ship type at that stage probably shows up like 10, 15, 20 times in the alias sequence. So you have to unique them. And yeah, it just is really down the rabbit hole there. So I assume that Steve contributed to GraphQLD because he's using it somewhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the kind of project you just, willy-nilly contribute to. So aside from Steve, do you know of other people using it out there anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working with Elijah on this project, and he is using it and he has contributed. And I think there are like 2-3 other people that have reported issues and therefore I would assume are using it. And
so you were using it when you first implemented it, right? Back before the Symmetry days?
Well, actually, I wasn't using it so heavily. So big parts of the implementation were actually done while working at Symmetry. And yeah.
But I mean, what was I didn't quite get the purpose of, you were intending to use it when you implemented it, right?
Well, when I started, I just did it out of pure interest into the language. And then at Symmetry, I was using like the traditional REST and observables on the front-end side to like get the data I needed and then display it. And especially the front-end programming with observables and the asynchronicity of it all was very annoying and required a lot of code. And I remember they had this sort of half-finished GraphQL implementation that would be a good fit. And then said, hey, can I take some time to implement this and then use it? And the answer was yes. And so I did.
So can you give like a scenario in which, an actual app scenario in which you would use this? You mentioned it.
Yeah, so for instance, one thing that is interesting is, let's say you have an endpoint where you get like all the currently working employees of a company. And that would likely give you an ID for every person, because at some point you probably have like an ID, a unique ID for a person in a database. And then you want to get everybody's email address. And depending on how you do your REST interface, you would either have that email address already in the response for all the people you get, or you would have to do another request where you pass in the ID of a person to get its email address, or his or her email address. And there's sort of the two schemes in REST where you sort of do a big interface where you overfetch basically, or you have to do many fetches to get like the data you're looking for. And then you have to display that on a web page. And quite often, if you use a framework like Angular, React, or whatever, that means that you have to present that data in a JSON schema of some sort. So either you already get that through the REST request, or you have to build it out after doing like all the nested requests. And with GraphQL, you can just define like what you want, and then you get it in one swoop, and you pass that off to your HTML renderer, and you're done. So like all this code of like either trimming out the data or collecting additional data through additional requests just goes away. You just have one request and get all your data. And yeah, that's how to put this. It saves you a lot of typing, and then quite often also a lot of request time.
All right. And so the talk is now finished, if I can see again here. And we have T-shirt time. Yes. Okay. T-shirt comes after the money. So if we are in the post-talk Q&A time now, so if you have a question between now and the time we call it, you will be eligible to win a T-shirt of your choice from the D-Ling Swag Emporium. So Elijah has a comment here. It's not a question. He says, I think more interesting than selections is the way you can chain, not select email then name, but select fields on employee and fields on employee's boss. Instead of first get employee, then get boss.
Yeah. And then get the email of that person. Yeah. And that's sort of where the graph part about GraphQL comes in. You can sort of link between the entities of your system. And which also becomes at some point difficult, because like if you don't validate, you can have nestings as deep as fit into the request memory. And then you have to unravel that and send megabytes of JSON.
While you were talking, I realized I had a bug here in my timer script. I updated it with an additional count time, but I didn't update the corresponding array. Okay. We have a... He answered your question, Alex, earlier about the dip. He said there's nothing right now. He said Max is working on dip 1040, and so when he's going to think about it a little bit, and so when the Ask Us Anything comes around, if he has an answer, he'll give it to you then. He didn't have anything off the top of his head. I want a T-shirt is not a question. So I make that a question is not really a question. Just because it has a question mark doesn't make it a question. If you have a question about the talk, that would be much appreciated. So, excuse me. So you're the primary maintainer then now also.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much time do you spend on it?
I would say for the last half year,
Nice.
maybe 5 hours a month. Not that much, actually.
Yeah. So basically, it's just the simple maintenance stuff. Peter, that's fine. I didn't think you were trolling. I was just I was kind of being facetious there myself. Brian says, have you thought about combining D plus GraphQL with some other kinds of output like a D-based graphics output, maybe Elijah's text renderer?
Not necessarily, because basically the schema defines that it has to return JSON. But what I looked into a bit was generating like a picture of the schema that you can request. So like a poor man's like SQL presentation of table relations. But that is more like for debugging purposes of the endpoints. Yeah, it's fairly text-based, I would say, or fairly JSON-based. But I mean, pull requests are always welcome.
Would there be some way to integrate this into Dub? Not Dub. What am I saying? Vibe maybe is a
yeah. It's
plugin?
actually using Vibe. So there's one part where when you have an array of things and you want to get subfields of that, there's a way to use the Vibe event queue to basically schedule one runner or one task for each element of the array, which speeds up the response a bit. And yeah, we are using it with Vibe. So basically what you have to do is get the request string out of the HTTP server request, and then you turn it back. I mean, you're returning JSON. So in the end, it's like write JSON from Vibe.
Since we have more people here now, and we've got Brian here also. A big thank you to Brian. He announced a couple hours ago in the forums that LDC is now officially available on OpenBSD. It's out of the initial stage it was in before. So he says, what's his terminology? I have just imported the LDC package to OpenBSD. You should be able to run package add LDC no later than tomorrow and get an LDC binary. So thank you, Brian. So I'm kind of all asked out now. I've exhausted my questions. Is there anything else you want us to know about GraphQLD?
No, I mean, go out there and start using it. And if you have problems or pull requests, yeah, keep them coming.
And live stream viewers, please keep your questions coming. If you want a t-shirt, we've got one for you. Razvan, Walter, are these automatically changing backgrounds, Walter, or are you doing it yourself? You're muted. Oh, there you go. Okay.
I wish I could do it as a slideshow. That would be a feature that they should add. But I was thinking, well, when you see this, are the titles all reversed?
No.
Oh, because somehow in the display here, everything is mirror
okay.
image.
Yeah, you can click. Get my mouse over here. You can click on the three little dots here. I think no. Somewhere there's a way to click on the tab that you have. Oh, here you go. Yeah, on your tab, you can click on it and flip it. On your tile, not tab. Yeah.
Oh,
so
on
it'll
the
be,
tile. Yeah,
on the tile. Sorry, not tab. And you'll be able. Yeah, and it'll look okay for you. Yeah. See, John Storm just had my observation about your talk, and that it was so good. I can't really think of any questions. It took me a little while to write that list of questions I had for you.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for editing the video down.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would probably have a lot more gray hair after editing my video down to that kind of length. I like watching yourself and then editing.
Yeah. Well, yours was pretty easy to edit, so that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I only had to go through one pass on it.
Fair enough.
I missed the presentation. Need to rewatch. That's normal. Okay. So I don't want to call it now because it's much too soon before the next talk. Max is going to be here at 40 after. That's 30 minutes away. So maybe we can call it here. Here we go. We have a question from Sorty, Alexander Heisterman. Robert, do you use other languages. I use C# for work.
Yeah, I mean, the front end is for the work thing is using Angular, and so we're using TypeScript, which also means we are using JavaScript. And yeah, that's sort of the main second language, I would say. And then obviously, as John has talked about at the last physical DConf, there is this internal language to symmetry, which I also sometimes use. And we actually use that as the sort of second front end to the GraphQL, or the second user of the GraphQL interface. Because basically, whenever you have curl to call to some endpoint, you can quite easily call the GraphQL backend. And yeah, then you have JSON, and our internal language understands JSON. So yeah, you have, like, if you need special things in a special form and from our database, you can very easily do that with this special language through GraphQL. And other than that, how to put this? Like, like when I like to play with other languages, and I've played a bit with Elm, which is sort of also coming from like the functional usage of D. And Elm is very opinionated, but I think they have some good opinions, which I really like. And then also I used Svelte a bit to play around with, but that's not for work. That's just sort of me goofing around. But yeah, how to put this? It's always good to steal good ideas from smart people.
I'm trying to remember if you are if you're a second person I've heard mention Elm, or if it was you who mentioned it last year. Don't remember.
Maybe.
Yeah, during the conference,
Yeah.
because somebody else mentioned Elm, and I don't know how recent it was. Ali doesn't have a question, but he would like you to tell us more about work at Symmetry, please.
Yeah. So as I said in the commercial break, we are looking for people, and yeah, over the last year and even before that, we have pretty much hired like people from all over the world. It is quite often very self-driven work. So like, when obviously there are sort of things the company has to do, but how you achieve those goals is quite often left to yourself. And I mean, this is where the GraphQL implementation came from, right? Like, technically, there was no reason to have a GraphQL backend. It was just me thinking, if I do this GraphQL thing, I can get more done in less time. And yeah, basically at that point, my manager said, okay, do it. If you think this is the right approach, then go for it. And I would say that is the experience that pretty much all the developers have made so far at Symmetry. Yeah, very kind, very hardworking people. And yeah, like, as I said in the commercial break, if you're looking for an opportunity, shoot us an email.
You guys aren't going to hire Walter, are you?
I mean, it depends on Walter if he wants to work for us.
Oh, I got too much to do.
Fair enough.
Alex asks, when do you start programming? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess he's asking, when did you start programming? I started during high school using C#.
So actually, I started very late. So after high school in Germany at the time, you had to either do military service or like work in some social institution. And I worked in a kindergarten for 9 months at the time and had a C in 21 days book. And it probably took me 9 months to get through those 21 days because I was sort of sitting by myself in the basement, and pointers were like, yeah, I'm not sure how often I did that pointers day in that book. And so I started at that time. And then after that, I went to university to study computer science. And obviously the programming became, yeah, a lot bigger part of my day, I would say. And well.
Yeah, my C book was a different C book, but the pointer chapter was the one that stumped me too for a little bit there.
Yeah.
So, but then once you get over the hump, it's like, what was the big deal?
Yeah, like in hindsight, it's all
You know?
trivial, right?
It's there's nothing to it.
Yeah.
Peter asks, what are the prerequisites to working at Symmetry?
Having an internet connection and being able to think for yourself, I would say. Like if you can program, obviously that helps, but I think we're also looking for other professions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have hired, like if you can show that you know what you're talking about when it comes to computers and programming, you have a pretty good chance.
Okay, so there's no requirements for degrees or anything like that, because you're basically on a contract and you're staying in your resident country. I don't mean you specifically. I mean people that you're hiring. They're not immigrating to the UK. They're
Yeah, it's from all over the world. I think we are pretty much on every continent and in every time zone by now.
Yeah, and you guys have probably hired a significant percentage of the D community so far, which is pretty cool.
That's true.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. Another question from Alex. Robert, what new language features would you like D to have?
New language features. For the language itself, actually none. I would like to... Yeah, I mean, how to put this? I'm a very simple guy. I like my garbage collection and I like a fast compiler. That's it. I mean, most of the things that I would add are probably like either re-implementations of tools or things that would end up in libraries. It's not that interesting.
Elijah points out that you don't have any employees on Antarctica. So,
that is true. That is true.
Nobody at the research station down there, huh?
Yeah, like if there's somebody in Antarctica watching who's looking for a new job, pop us an email. But how to put this? Like when I was at university, I was always thinking of like going for Antarctica for like a half a year or a year to work there. But then I realized as long as you have an SSH connection to the location you're supposed to be working, like there's no incentive of an employer to get you there actually. Like you wouldn't send a computer scientist or programmer to Antarctica, right? Like if there's SSH.
You know, I one of my first jobs when I got out of the Army, it was my second job when I got out of the Army, was working for this company. They had a contract with the U.S. government to do job counseling for people leaving the military, help them, teach them how to write resumes and all this other stuff. And so we would travel outside of Seoul sometimes to remote Army bases and do these sessions. And we had these huge boxes. They were computers, but they looked like suitcases, right? I mean, they were rectangular things, and they ran Unix. And I didn't know anything about any Unisys, back then. And so we would have to take this thing, pop it open on the table. You had these big latches, and you open it up, and you got a keyboard in there and a small screen monitor. And so we had our, access to our database in Seoul through that. And then these things acted up on us all the time, and none of us knew anything about how to handle them. So they had a technician on call in Virginia. To call in, through the modem, to talk to the machine. I do not miss those days. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So do we have any more questions here? No. Okay. So I think we're pretty good now. We're almost at 20 after. Robert, final thoughts.
I should have prepared this. No, I mean, keep using D. I mean, it's the best language for everything.
Okay.
Thank you,
and
Robert.
We have D rocks. And before I let you go, Robert, we have one question got in just under the bell. Robert, sorry if this is too noobish, but how does GraphQL know to grab data from, say, a MySQL database?
Well, basically, because you have told it in the resolver how to get the data from your database. Yeah, that's sort of the boring part of the work you have to do to actually get the data. But yeah, with a little bit of meta programming, much of that can be automated. So like what we did is basically the schema that we represent through the API is pretty much the same that we have in the database. So generating the database request and then turning it into JSON is pretty straightforward.
All right, and now it is time to pick the winner of the T-shirt. We have, I think, 4 names in there to choose from. So let's see who it's going to be. Alexander Heisterman, Sorty, it's your T-shirt. I have your email address. I will contact you to let you know how to claim it. And we now have a little under 20-minute break time until Max's talk is next. He will be here at 40 after the hour, 1740 UTC, and we'll see everybody back here then. Robert, thanks a lot. Good talk, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Robert.
Bye.
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 Hello, Max. How you doing?
Hello. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I
How's
could
the
hear
mic?
you. Yes, working good.
Is it 5 a.m. yet where you are? Or is it?
Two
Oh, so not far off.
2:40. Yeah, 2:40 a.m. Yes. Peter. No, Andre didn't participate at last year in the online conference. I expect maybe he'll do a talk eventually, one of them. But we'll see in the future. So did I just ask you how you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Got that out of the way. Oh, Ricky, I didn't realize you were so far ahead of me there. I had to double check. I'm surprised it's only 2:40. I was expecting to be much later. I don't know why. I've been working with the time zones so much over the last few days. I'm all muddled now. Okay, so we are back and ready to go. Max's talk is about 3 minutes away. We should start seeing the countdown in 3 minutes. So wow, I guess Ricky, are you going to hang around until after the Ask Us Anything before you go to bed? You're doing better than me, man, on this. I don't know if I can stay up that long. So Max, before we get to your talk, you get to introduce yourself and the talk to those who will be watching the Q&A video in the future.
Hello, I'm Max. I'm a currently professional D programmer. I work for Symmetry and the D Foundation. This talk is basically like the genesis of this talk is effectively just giving profiling advice a lot and wanting to kind of get it in one place. So there's hopefully something there for all platforms. Although unfortunately I didn't quite get around to putting the Visual Studio profiler in it. That's the only thing that's missing. I tried to get some microarchitecture in there, but I had to kind of condense about something like 40 years worth of microarchitecture into like 3 slides. So it's good enough. It's good enough for some intuition, but stay tuned for the our YouTube channel for the bits I couldn't fit in.
Yeah, that's
plugging the channel.
Yes, thank you. We are going to be publishing hopefully several videos over the next few months. I've already got a couple planned out myself, and Walter has agreed to do a little interview series with me about the origins of D and some other related topics. And do
we get the oral history of Walter Bright? You get the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that we'll get into. We'll see. It depends on what Walter's willing to tell us about his deepest, darkest past. Those heady days of the discoing, weed-soaked 70s. So, Max, why this talk?
Well, it's the kind of topic where having something to throw people at is quite useful in the sense that eventually, rightly or wrongly, everyone feels the need to profile their code every now and again, and it's nice to just sort of lay down the basics of what tools are available for a given platform and how to go about using them properly. That kind of thing. It's mostly just from getting annoyed answering the same question too often on Discord.
Steve says meta points for Walter using a virtual background of his actual office. You're muted, Walter.
Microphone.
You were muted, Walter. We didn't hear you. Uh-oh. Oh, microphone. Oh, yeah, but it's very low. Say something again.
Is it working now?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We got you now. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I decided I didn't want to clean my office, so I took a photo of it and put that up there.
That's a good idea. I should keep that, put that in my book of tricks.
Yeah, it doesn't quite line up perfectly, but whatever.
Okay, the countdown is on from Max, and we have a comment in the talk. Do you have the talk chat open, Max?
If it's live, I can open it. I couldn't open it before. Hang on.
Yeah, well, I mean, the premiere page was open, but you can. We have a comment here. It just says "Good evening from Barcelona."
Good evening to you too. I still can't. I'm on the foundation.
Oh, I'm not talking about the live, not the live stream, but your talk. So
Yeah. I can't see the.
Here. I'll give you the.
Yeah, can you just shove it in the chat?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, I missed that comment earlier, Walter.
Oh,
You need a bookshelf background. Yeah, that works.
yeah, I have to look professional, so I need the bookshelf background.
It's a practical requirement if you want to look like an uber professional user of video chat. You have to have at least 1,000 years worth of reading in the background.
I think it's just
it's carefully curated books that I've never read. So.
Yeah, I think it's just evidence of my OCD in my book buying days. Now my OCD has been transferred to a digital form. So.
Well, my bookshelf is currently just on the floor, so that's currently top of the stack at the moment.
All right, so Max, we just covered the why. Where does your profiling background come from?
Well, I think it's the favorite. I'm not unique in saying it's a very fun kind of folly to play with, kind of trying to make code faster. The way I actually learned D. Partly was hopefully everyone listening to this has used Compiler Explorer. I basically learned D just by playing with the compiler on that and just looking at the output and then running the program every now and again. So just seeing exactly what obviously when you get past the kind of basic hello world stage, when you start meta programming, just seeing, can I make this construct get down to as few instructions as possible, and that kind of thing. As for the more recent kind of profiling stuff, it's more just kind of playing with the more you learn about microarchitecture, the more you want to measure things, and the best way to measure stuff is to use the performance counters that the CPU exposes. And basically the only way to get a good overview of those without just crunching all the numbers yourself is with VTune. So I had to use VTune for that. And it's a thumping great program, but it is very, very effective.
Okay,
it's
so
like 14 gigs on disk or something ridiculous like that.
So the profiling was just an interest that you got into after you got into programming, but connect the dots for us here. You were a physics major, yes?
Yes.
So how does the programming fit into it for you? I've met a lot of physicists, former physicists or physics majors in the D community.
Well, it basically
Átila and John. So,
in terms of like, obviously I have two programmed for my degree, but I'm a mere undergraduate, so I haven't really done anything particularly interesting or useful. The programming itself was something where I had a rough interest in physics from maybe when I was 14 or 15, and then just sort of started programming as a way of not doing my coursework when I was 16, which is a very nice distraction. So I sort of kept going with it. They've basically been separate, although I have written a few. Obviously, because now in modern physics, you have to be able to write simulations. It's kind of an important skill set. So I've written some basic like electromagnetism sort of simulators and things like that, but nothing super sophisticated, unfortunately. Like the ultimate goal I'd like to write at some point is a relativistic ray tracer, so you can simulate like the light around black holes and things like that. Like if you've seen Interstellar, that's what that is. But that's not a weekend project.
Right. So how did you get into D?
Well, I learned C++ because, as far as I can tell, it's from a purely kind of egotistical perspective, because someone said it was complicated. So I used to just have a PDF of it would have been just before C++ 14, I think. I just have a PDF of sort of Bjarne's latest book, and then the D thing I think was basically just following Andre. I think it might have even been by accident, because there was a thing where I noticed that there are a lot of people who I recognize from CPPCon videos on YouTube cropping up in the D forums, and then next minute you're actually in a call with them. So basically, because it's one of the things where I didn't really know enough about programming to actually really kind of consciously choose D back then. But then I kind of went off it a bit, but then came back to it again maybe a year or two ago, or less than that, maybe, because I did the Symmetry Autumn of Code and then just sort of didn't code for a while, and then came back. But I've been lurking on the forum for years now.
Two things here in the live stream chat. One from Alex, who says, "LOL, Walter, are you a ghost?"
No, it's my virtual office.
Virtual office,
which is exactly the same as the real office. I just thought I'd experiment with having a photo of my office as a background.
And Elijah, referencing one of your slides, Max, Elijah says Pareto principle, e.g. Amdahl's law.
Well, if there's parallelism, yes, but it can just literally be that some parts of the program aren't used at all. Like on a much more practical basis, if you hear someone complaining about the speed of a given bit of a program, they're usually right. Like, programmers do have good intuition, but it might be that it only runs like once on startup, and it doesn't matter. It's that kind of issue. It's more basic than that.
You mentioned your SEAC project, and if I remember correctly, it was it gathering statistics, or was it performance of?
It was basically lots of exploratory things on build times and
right.
A little bit of runtime benchmarking, but it just didn't work. That was the issue. That lives on. That lives on, and I'm going to write another benchmarking library because it's the kind of thing where I already use the library I have, but it isn't perfect. But doing benchmarking right is something that I find really important that a lot of people do wrong, which is separate to profiling for different things.
So I remember, I couldn't remember if it was statistics or performance. And so anyway, I mean, the connection there between the SEAC project and this talk, I mean, it's all about performance. I mean, is this more than just a passing interest for you? Is it a?
Well, it's definitely more than a passing interest, but it's not. I think I'm fairly grounded in the sense that I don't spend all day fiddling around with like bit shifts and things like that. You do notice that some people can massively underestimate the ability of the compiler to optimize their code. I mean, it's definitely a fascination, but it's one of those things where it can seem very low level, but I find optimizing some things to actually be very, even micro optimizing things to be very high level, in the sense that you're not dealing with like, I don't find OS development interesting, for example, but trying to kind of bully your code to run the fastest possible on this given processor is quite interesting.
Well, you know, when I learned programming, when I learned C, a lot of the sources that I learned from, the books that I learned from, it was pretty much a given that you converted, where possible, you converted multiplications and divisions to bit shifts. You manually unrolled loops. These were just things that were accepted. And, you know, I was studying game development, and that's what they did. And, you know, of course, nobody does that anymore. They trust the compiler. But what do you think? You say that you were tired of repeating the same stuff all the time. What are people doing wrong when it comes to performance?
Well, I don't think it's that they're not doing it wrong, in the sense that they're mostly people who are new to they're not new to programming, but they're new to native programming, and maybe not sure exactly where to look tool wise, or for example they're using perf, which is also the status quo for profiling on Linux. But they're struggling to kind of see the big picture of their code, so they need to switch to a different tool. Kind of things like that. For the most part, most programs are actually fairly efficient. If you look at a really horrifically slow decompile, it will usually be averaging a good enough instruction per clock that it's actually not memory bound. It's just doing way too much work. The issue that we have with modern software, as far as I'm concerned, isn't that say JavaScript, just to make the elephant in the room, isn't so much that JavaScript is particularly slow. It's not particularly fast. As far as I'm aware, like Node.js is roughly as fast as DMD, which is miraculous, but it could be a lot faster if we just used a proper language. But just the sheer amount of stack and work that stuff has to do to get to the things that really matter, and the amount of memory allocation, which is what actually really bites in quite a few programs. I'll check the stream chat.
You know, I bought a new mic cable today. It's 2 meters long to replace the one that was busted, and to replace the problematic cable I was using yesterday. And I got it was 2 meters long because I've got a desk I can raise up, and I was really looking forward to raising it up tonight during these several hours that I'm sitting here, and I didn't take into account my iPhone cord. My computer's too big for the case, so my knees are. If I go out of frame, you know, sorry about that. It's because I got my legs propped up. There's a discussion. There's a question here for you in the live stream. You see it based on your previous comment for the future viewers. Elijah says, referencing allocation is slow in your talk. Elijah says, I want bumping, copying, NURSY.
I assume that's supposed to say nursery, but
Nursery,
basically,
yeah, okay.
bump the pointer allocation for batch work is not a bad idea. But the issue is that when you get memory fragmentation.
All right, so time out real quick. You said you answered him in the text. You said bumping is not a good idea at scale, IMO, and then his question is why. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to type an answer to that, but yeah.
You don't have to type in the live stream. Yeah.
In a small batch process, you can do it never free. It is actually a win. The OS cleans up after you. No one cares. In a large program, it leads to firstly, it can lead to a lot of memory fragmentation. So things are just in the wrong. Allocations are just in the wrong place. Second, unless your allocations are, there's a lot of temporal locality or temporality in the actual pattern of allocations, it can be quite inefficient. but it also means that the humans stop caring about the amount that they allocate, i.e. There are things in like DMD, for example, uses this bump the pointer scheme, and something like 80% of memory is never written to, that it allocates in these large compilations, which isn't due to the allocation scheme, but is due to the fact that there was a kind of feeling. If for example, you're running your just a simple kind of test program, that looks like a huge win because it never has to free anything. But then when you start working on, say, one of our large non-specific what it does programs at work, that's when we do get our compilations that use like almost all the memory my machine has, like all 64 gigs of it. So yeah, it's basically it's something that you can do, but it's not something that you should do blindly, let's say, or maybe not. Blindly is unfair, but it's something that you have to kind of very, very carefully measure at different scales. But it's the thing with allocation isn't so much that the allocation should be made faster, but rather that if you're spending too much time allocating, you should be allocating less memory. Like I see people saying, "Oh no, you can't use GC because it's too slow," but like then their alternative is calling like malloc on like in the loop versus pre-allocating. It's like a call to like a good malloc implementation on the fast path where it can just dump memory back at you is still like easily enough to do maybe 100 or 200 instructions if you're in some magic world where you didn't have to rely on the memory too much.
So Elijah says not plain bumping, copying nursery. So you GC to bring things back together, and then regarding temporal locality, promote to older generations. And he says to see the generational GC hypothesis. Yeah.
I mean, if you have a strategy, it's nearly and it actually matches what your program does, it's nearly always better than a naive GC that has to work for everything. I mean, this is the power, as far as I'm concerned. This is the power of the stood experimental allocators. They do make composing these patterns and much better. It should really be in stood by now, if I can be slightly political.
And Elijah says people say GC is slow, but then, or no, you say that people say GC is slow, but then use malloc in a loop, and he says yes, malloc is slow too. And this is something I harped on in one of my GC posts. I mean, it's a common strategy in C and C++. You don't allocate in your hot loops, right? You pre-allocate, and in D with RGC, it's the same strategy, right? You pre-allocate and then go into your loops. You don't, you don't replace the GC with malloc in your loops, but it's a very simple strategy. And Walter's being ghosty again.
Yeah, that's because I moved.
Yeah.
But really, also, you can allocate on the stack very easily in D. You just declare a variable.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, if you need to allocate an array, you put it on the stack, or you reserve, use reserve, or whatever you do. But you do it before you get to your hotspots. But anyway, that took me off track. I was going to ask you, while you were answering that question, we were looking. I was looking your microarchitecture slides went by, and you said you have more to say about that in future talk. But in the meantime, is there any source material you would recommend for people who are not well versed? Oh, I thought I scared you away for a second. Okay.
It's not a very good book, but it has almost all the information you'll ever need. Hennessy and Patterson. There are basically two computer. I did synthesize. There are basically computer architecture books, all two of them. There's this, the baby version of this, and then there's a book called Modern Processor Design by John Paul Shen. I think. But this is written by the people who came up with RISC in a simplified.
And you mean the architecture and not the game?
No. But yeah, it covers basically everything. I mean, the only issue is it's definitely written for. Sorry, it's definitely written for engineers. So there's a certain level of approximating before analyzing, if that makes sense. Whereas the other book I mentioned is much more focused at processor implementers. Although the only way to really see how a modern processor is actually working is by reading patents. Really, like it's all kind of all of the documentation, if there is any, is basically a slightly hyper-normalized version of the processor. So whereas Intel publish about maybe, I think it's 700 pages of optimization manuals. Sorry, AMD publish about 40 pages, which is just the codes for their performance. I've lost one. There we go. I do apologize. AMD published basically just a big list of performance counter IDs, which is better than not having them. And then Apple published nothing. Those are the main three big hitters at the moment. Although one thing that is quite interesting is that the Fujitsu A64FX, which runs the supercomputer I can't remember the name of in Japan, Fugaku, they actually publish a really, really detailed thing on how their processor actually works, because it's designed for HPC customers who need to know. But you or I can't buy one because we're not special enough.
Well, I haven't read those books you mentioned, but I would like to add to the list Randall Hyde has the Write Great Code series. You can get it through No Starch Press. And the first book in that series is Understanding the Machine. And he goes into quite a bit of detail about architecture and CPU design and a lot of fundamental stuff that a lot of people don't get. So there is some good material out there, but we'll look forward to your future talk.
Yeah.
Among these profilers that you cover in your talk, which one do you use the most?
VTune.
VTune.
Sorry, VTune or AMD's knockoff of VTune, which is UProf, because I'm on my work machine is an AMD 3950X, and Intel obviously aren't going to support their rivals' processors. Even they could. I know they could because I looked at the system calls it uses, but
the last time I looked at VTune was many years ago, and I believe it was commercial only at the time. Is it still commercial? Or is it free available?
It's free. It's free. It's definitely not open source. As far as I'm aware, it's on a do what you want license. With obviously it's the usual kind of like no warranty clause, because it's part of their One API thing now. So it's not just VTune. The whole point is you're supposed to download this big package of tools and libraries. So you get access to not only VTune, but also, I don't think I mentioned it in the top, also like Intel Advisor, which is not quite a profiler. It's basically a performance analyzer. So it will find loops in your program, for example, and advise you on whether you should have vectorized them or whether you should offload them to their GPU. The latter feature, as far as I'm concerned, isn't particularly useful because it only works with GPUs, like who actually has an Intel Intel discrete GPU, but it's all part of their One API data parallel C++ thing, which is nowhere near as decompute, nowhere near as good as decompute.
Guillaume says both Intel Amplifier and AMD UProf work fine with D and are free. I wonder, Walter, what sort of profiling software have you used over the years?
I usually use my own profiler. DMD has a profiler built in.
Yeah, but prior to that.
Basically, just the system clock.
I see. So you've never used VTune or anything like that, then?
I keep looking at VTone, thinking I should figure out how to use it, but I've never bothered. I've used gprof a few times.
The devil's processor. Sorry, processor, profiler.
Yeah, I just going back even to the 80s is the C compiler I wrote was able to instrument its own code for profiling, and I'd use that all the time. In fact, I use that a great deal, and that's made its way into the DMD compiler as well. You turn on use the dash profile switch, and it inserts into your the generated code profiling code to do the profiling, and then when your program finishes, it prints a report. It's a simple and effective means of doing profile.
So Max, I don't recall you talking about when to profile, examples of when to profile. This is something people often get wrong. What do you say on that point?
Well, I don't really think there's it's not the kind of thing where you can follow a flow chart, which is why in the early bits of the talk I mentioned I think you should get a kind of regular rhythm going where you should have if there's any core functionality that you can measure, you should have benchmarks going regularly as part of your CI, assuming you haven't been assuming it's reliable, and then you should just do a profile every few weeks or so, because it's something where that you can't squeeze blood out of a rock. Some things will just have the performance that they are because of the algorithm, or because of because whatever you're actually running on. Yeah. So you should just basically profile to test your assumptions, and when you think it's just getting too sluggish.
So just by feel. I wonder though, one of the things I really found interesting about Java, it's not something I've ever used, but Java with the VM, you can get a lot of metrics about what's going on there, and they have that flight control software that can give you real-time data about your app just based on looking at the VM. There's no instrumenting going on at all. So with these instrumenting profilers and things like that we have in the statically compiled language world, what are they limited compared to? I mean, obviously they probably are, but I mean, is there more data that you would like to get from them than what they give you now?
Well, it depends really, because I'm not a huge fan of instrumentation for performance profiling. But you could any metric you're interested in. It's basically a question of either someone having done the engineering for you already, or having to do it yourself. I'm not familiar with what Java can actually offer you, because I've literally never written a Java program. Sorry, I wrote a Minecraft mod like maybe 5 years ago.
So then to rephrase it, are you missing anything from the profilers now?
It would be nice to have a kind of standardized API where you can, if say for example you want to profile, get as much data, just much rough data in one run as possible. If you can use the performance profiling with a sampling profile like VTune, but also tell the compiler to emit instrumentation for say memory allocations. Things like that would be quite useful, because memory allocations in particular, as I said in the talk, are something which really does benefit from instrumentation. But as for metrics, most of them, the ones that matter, are actually built into the CPU these days. It's fairly easy to get correlation back to the source code. If you want to get really sort of deep, then you can use use some kind of emulated system like Valgrind or like Intel Pin. I mean, because one of the things I was trying to do for this talk was to actually run basically just compiling Hello World with DMD through a microarchitecture simulator called Gem 5 with different memory hierarchies. But it turned out that it was taking about 4 minutes to compile a Hello World, so I had to give up on that. Yeah.
Well, when I was laughing just now, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing because of the live stream. I apologize to Brian Callahan for stealing his question and depriving him of the opportunity to win a what are we giving out now? A coffee mug. The Max's talk is finished now, and we are in the post-talk Q&A time, and it is time now. The prize this time is a coffee mug. And Max, you don't have to type in the live stream; they're listening to you. So, and it'll be better to say it in the live stream, to say it, vocalize it anyway for future Q&A future Q&A video viewers. There we go. I'll get it out somehow. All right. So if you have a question for Max about this profiling talk, or I guess anything related to D, or his work at the foundation, go ahead and ask away, and I will put you on the list for the coffee mug. So Max, what's the key point you want people to take away from this talk?
Profile more often, but do it right. So it's just as a sort of just as a habit. In fact, in a certain sense, I think that having a regular rhythm to benchmarking is almost as important in the sense that something that I've wanted to do. It's really hard to do in a cloud environment, but something that I've wanted to do for ages is to just have bits of Phobos running regularly to just track how fast they run, because things do regress, unfortunately. And having historical data to spot things and spot trends is really, really helpful. I think Vladimir has something for build times, I think, but I can't forget where it is.
I was Elijah says I was talking about Java not using instrumentation in the VM, but he says that Hotspot does use instrumentation. But I mean, that's kind of built into that's part of the. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about either. Brian has a question now. You say profile more often, but do it right. How might programmers or companies do a first step towards always profiling correctly?
One of the nice things about modern profile is that they can nearly all be automated quite effectively, because a lot of them have had a kind of baptism in fire in HPC. So like you can run vtune on the command line in 1,000 miles away, and then if it can actually serve the data to you, as it can host a web server and serve the data to you remotely. So if you just follow the so it's right with perf, if you just use -G and check that it can actually resolve the call stack properly, if you do that to start with, you're basically fine. Anything more detailed, obviously you have to use more you have to use other flags, but that will give you reliable data. As long as you fit, the only risk is that people do complain about if you have the sample rate set that it basically aligns with something in the program and you miss things, but I've never actually noticed that to be an issue myself. As for the profilers that are commercial products, they all have basically templates for the analysis they want to kind of funnel you down into, and as long as they have call stack sampling enabled, they're fine.
Okay, and Elijah asked, do you know of any good resources beyond Hennessy and Patterson on modern cache coherency algorithms?
Modern ones. Well, there's a book called Memory Systems by Bruce Jacobs, which is getting on a bit, but it might have the raw ingredients in it. It's unfortunately it's from 2007, but it's by far the most detailed book on memory systems. As for cache coherency, I would have thought you'd probably have to just go patent digging. But it's not something I'm hugely knowledgeable about. Yeah, but because unless the company tells you, it's fairly rare to actually know anything about what the specifics of their implementation. AMD used to publish more detail than Intel on their caches, but I think that ended with Zen. I don't think the current Zen ones have that much detail, but with the crap generation they had before Zen, like Bulldozer, that they did used to publish more information. But I would have thought that Hennessy and Patterson would be a good start, but it might not be. Also depends what you mean by modern.
Are you employing any of these things in your job at Symmetry?
No.
Okay.
Well, so we write a language, and that might be gaining a profiler, but we have some. We're basically changing the type system at the moment. So or any and all work on the kind of lower levels of the implementation would be foolish, because we're still changing like large details about the language itself. Like we have a basic profiler. I just don't think it's very useful, but it's not a priority for us at the moment.
Esna asks, did you profile Phobos or DMD? And if so, did you find any parts that you think could be improved?
Yeah, I end up profiling DMD quite a lot, just because it's in fact there's one in the program. It's in the talk. The DMD for the most part is actually fairly efficient. The issue is that it just does way too much work. Obviously, Stefan would disagree with me on that, because he wants to find concurrency and parallelism everywhere, which might be possible. But for the moment now, the issue is DMD is basically just having too much on its plate at the same time. The memory allocation is horrific in some places, though. But there are some kind of really classic OOP issues where we have things that have a type, which end up inheriting from type instead of having a member of type. We end rather than having a basically just a string of 2 pointers, i.e. a pointer for the name and a pointer for the type of some identifier, we end up with a pointer plus 300 bytes worth of members to represent the actual the type of that identifier. So there's a lot of really heavy hitting. This is the reason why I say that Profile GC is very useful, because you can actually get the type of the allocations, as opposed to if you use like Valgrind Massive or Heap Track, it just tells you where but not what. CTFE is very slow. If you profile CTFE, there are some really horrible things in there. Like it spends I forget what I profiled it on, but it spends like 12% of its time in memcopy, I think, which is not great. The Lexa could be faster, but I'm not entirely sure whether it would be worth it relative to the rest of the program, because there's been a lot of work recently on using SIMD in Lexas. If anyone's seen SIMD JSON, it's very, very fast.
Well, did you see the release notes for the NIM compiler. I think it was NIM, where they talked about using switching different stages of the compiler to data oriented, and they picked up a huge performance gain.
Yeah, we really should be doing that. Like in the back end in particular, there are some little things which basically just need they need their data layout swapping, basically. So there are some, if you're laying out say an ELF file, you might lay out parts of it in memory basically flat, but if you don't access them, but a lot of the parts of say like a section header might be only accessed fairly sparsely. So you want the layout to be much more compact, which I've been meaning to do for a while, but I keep getting distracted / put off by trying to like refactor other things in the back end.
We're getting some different bits of advice, performance advice here. There's the old chestnut, don't do work that doesn't need to be done. The fastest code is the code you don't write. There are two types of optimization. You can do the same work faster or figure out how to do less work. I prefer the former because it tends to be more obviously correct. And then you have don't traverse memory twice if you can traverse it once in the same loop. Possibly in the same loop, traverse two memory areas at once. So I guess Guillaume is performance veteran by now with his audio software. What's your preferred approach, Guillaume, for profiling your software? Your preferred tool, I should say. While we're waiting on that, so the I've never used perf. Integration tests should report timings. Perf is Linux only, right? Or POSIX only? Do they have a Windows version?
Linux only.
Linux?
It's a front end. Well, no, it's part of the Linux kernel, so it's a front end for a system called perf event open, which is the perf event subsystem. So it's very what's the word? Mated to Linux. I assume there is an alternative in BSD land, but I'm not sure if there's anything as integrated as perf. But they have the same basic APIs for actually accessing the data. VTune works. VTune works on FreeBSD, as far as I'm aware.
So that's a question for Brian for OpenBSD. Guillaume says integration tests should report timings because optimization is mostly a game of not breaking things. So your optimization should run integration tests. And Brian,
yep.
if you're listening, it's a question from Max of what the OpenBSD system profiler is. So are you
or any BSD
or any BSD? Okay, there we go. Good profilers are hard to find, I guess. Are you interested at all in expanding your experience and skill set in this direction to be a valuable team member on somebody's team someday?
When you say profiler, do you mean users of profilers? Or,
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about people.
Yes, I see. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely endearing to me, like the idea of kind of being, kind of like a performance guy. I like with physics, the route into say like HFT work isn't it's fairly well trodden, for example. but it depends. It's something which I would rather keep the try and make it stay fun rather than turn into a chore. I mean, I'm kind of tempted by when I finish my degree, maybe reorienting and trying to be a chip designer, but I don't know.
Brian says we have PCTR on OpenBSD.
Surprised if featuring works. Well, Intel say it works on FreeBSD. That might not mean it actually works, but they do. There is some documentation for it. I'm not sure if dtrace is the way to go for.
Oh, so hang on, time out. You got to repeat that for the future viewers. Elijah says performance metrics are, I think, doable with dtrace. So,
I mean, they might be, but I'm just not particularly. So I've never really used dtrace in Anger. I've used eBPF quite a lot, but it's not fantastic for actual performance profile. It's great for system performance analysis. In terms of like actually making the whole computer work faster, it's a godsend. But I don't know.
I'm
Presumably
curious,
they'd be available.
I'm curious. Going back to the D language, have you profiled any range heavy code?
I mean, well, yeah, over the years, yes, but I don't really have any huge kind of wisdoms to impart. I mean, the thing to watch out for is if the maybe this could be one of the things to go on the YouTube channel, is that it's certain range patterns that you basically need to watch out for the compiler getting stuck going get data, work on data, get data, work on data, as opposed to it actually being able to see into, say, if you have something backed by an array, for example, you want it to be able to go into the array where it can start finding instruction level parallelism. Whereas if you end up if you end up, for example, with an allocation somewhere, that can ruin the compiler's day, unfortunately. But GCC and LLVM both do a fairly decent job, up to what you'd expect. Obviously, so the issue with ranges as a performance thing will usually be around their around the edges rather than actually doing work on them. In my experience, at least. Obviously, it depends on what your program does, but it's more of an issue with, say, copying things or having to copy things than anything hugely awful with the actual range itself. I say touching wood in case I've just never seen anything particularly horrible.
I see, because I mean, I don't, despite all of the heavy usage of ranges across D code bases, I haven't seen any kind of performance metrics about range-based code. So I've always been curious about if that's, well, I mean, I've seen little micro benchmarks comparing range-based algorithms to for each loops and things like that, but I haven't seen anything based on an entire code base. So I've always been curious about that. Ali says, I remember cases where LDC would optimize range code very successfully.
Well, it should do it almost all the time. It's that, like, good optimization for the most part is the norm rather than the exception now. And obviously everyone sleeps on GCC, but because it doesn't support the current D version, but GDC is also extremely.
It's almost there. It's almost there.
Yeah, I know. It's thank you, Ian. It's extremely good if you let them both kind of rip on the same code. They're pretty much, no, they're not identical, but it's if you look at modern benchmarks between GCC and LLVM, they're pretty much neck and neck, apart from There are a few where LLVM is a bit ahead, and then there are a few where GCC is massively ahead because the LLVM people just haven't attacked the problem yet. But the latest Phoronix test suite.
I think we can all agree with Adam and Elijah in the chat that GDC rocks. So and Ian rocks. Yeah.
Again, we need this. This needs to be the new D slogan. We just have D rocks. That's the we have a super serious slogan to go on the top of the website, but just end every paragraph with D rocks.
Steve says the advantage of Range's template. They're templated, so all code is available for optimization and inlining. IO pipe is very fast because of this.
Yeah, but like LTO exists. It works, apart from some bits of GCC. LTO makes the build slower, but if you are looking for performance, it is massively massively helpful because you get the full brunt of the interprocedural optimizations without having to get things inside the same compilation unit.
Okay. I think if there are no more questions, we can call it here. And Max, you can give us your final thoughts. If anybody does think of a question while he's giving us his final thoughts, we can have time to answer one or two more if they pop up. So let's go ahead and hear it, Max.
Can I just say the same thing again? Profile more often. Profile more often, and be prepared for your assumptions to be wrong in terms of what your program is actually doing. And I'll reiterate one point I made in the thing is that if you have something which is just ridiculously slow in a certain stage of the program, just break it in a debugger and you can get some samples from it, and that's actually enough all the time. And build with if you have any. I'll just say this now so it sits off the head. If you profile something and you just have pointers rather than names in your stack trace, build with frame pointer emission turned off. There you go.
That's a good tip. All right.
You shouldn't need to, but unfortunately, a lot of profilers don't understand dwarf properly.
All right. Thanks a lot, Max. That was I found that talk particularly informative because profiling is something I've never had the need to do because I don't release any performance sensitive code. I don't release any code except for my bindings. So I really enjoyed watching that and learned a few things. And so it is now time to announce the winner of a coffee mug. And before I do that, I want to mention that, the next session, this is our last pre-recorded talk. We're done with the talks. The next session is a Ask Us Anything with Walter, Átila, and Razvan. And so this is open season for questions. Any questions you have about any topic related to D. John Storm says, by the way, excellent talk, Max. I'll
stay for the mug and then I'll head off.
Yeah. So
you can clap.
Cool. So yeah, that's the place to ask them those questions. And after the Ask Us Anything, we'll be doing 3 giveaways. We'll give I think we got a gift certificate to give away, a gift card. Yes, we'll have a $25 e-gift card to give away to a questioner in the Ask Us Anything. Then we'll have a $50 e-gift card to give away to one person who asked questions that were answered at any point today. And we'll have a $100 e-gift card to a grand prize winner who asked a question over the weekend. So that's what we're going to do. But right now, it's time to pick a winner for the coffee mug. If I can find my screen, here we go. And the winner is Elijah. Why did I lose my full screen? There we go. Congratulations, Elijah. You get a coffee mug from the D-Lang Swag Emporium. I will be in contact with you to talk about how you can claim it. And that's it. So right, everybody,
I'll head off.
Take off, Max. We'll see you later. Thanks a lot, man. Bye-bye. And everybody else, we'll see you after the break, right back here in the live stream. The live stream starts 1900 UTC. I'm sorry. The Ask Us Anything starts at 1900 UTC. I'll open the live stream probably about 5 minutes earlier, but we'll just be sitting here until everybody gets in. So see you then. Okay, so looks like Atila's here, or at least he's joined in. Walter, of course, has been here all along, and so now we're just waiting for Razvan. And then, hi Átila, how you doing? Yeah, yeah. I almost wore my what's that? The 2017?
Yeah, I think so.
I almost wore my 2016 shirt, but it had a big hole in it right there. I was like, man, I have no idea how it got there. Too bad. And my 17 shirt is almost faded away. Yeah, so I'm wearing nothing. I wore my 2013 shirt yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't even know D back in 2013. Actually, 2013 is one of the reasons I started writing D.
Yeah,
I saw the videos online. And...
I think I remember you saying that before. Yeah, I was really excited about the conference in 2013 because I'd missed the pseudo DConf in 2007, and I had really wanted to go to that one. But when I got to the 2013 conference, it was my first time in California, so I was excited about that and excited to meet all the people. Yeah, learning D has taken me to many places for the first time. I never expected that to happen.
Yeah, I hadn't been to Berlin before, I don't think.
I hadn't been to Europe before. Yeah, most of my traveling have been around Asia. I always thought Europe one day. Yeah. Hi, Walter. Welcome back.
Hi.
Can you see the live stream chat?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you a link in our chat. I'll pull it up here. Max wants to know if Goofy will be participating.
Well, there you go.
Oh, he's a ghost. Oh, he fell out of the chair. Oh no, he's a ghost. Okay, I see.
Yeah, there we go.
Can't see him.
I need to sit up a little higher. See if I got a box around here for him. There we go.
All right. Yeah.
I keep disappearing.
He's fading. He's supernatural.
We got to move him around a bit so it recognizes it.
So
Goofy, this isn't your day.
I've posted the link to the stream in the chat, so you'll be able in our chat, our Jitsi chat. So you follow that, you'll be able to see the live stream chat, and you'll also be able to see our screen, so you won't need to keep the Jitsi tab focused. Please do keep it open, but it doesn't have to be focused. And welcome back, Razvan, and you've gone all presidential on us now.
I hope I'm not offending anyone.
No, not a bit. Yeah.
We'll just call you a great fearless leader.
This is the future of D right here. Okay, so we have all three here, and it is time for the Ask Us Anything, where you guys, it's open season on Razvan and Átila and Walter. But before we start with the first question, Razvan has an announcement he would like to make.
Yes, so as you may know, we have had a Bugzilla rewarding cycle that just ended, and I'm happy to announce that the winners are, give me 1 second. So in first place, there is Boris Carvajal. Second place is Moonlight Sentinel, Florian. And third place is, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Ibarra or Ibarra.
Yeah, I believe that's Brian Callahan. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
And you have more to say? Yeah. Yay. Do you remember what they won? I do.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, we decided this was a test run. This was a test run of the reward system, the Bugzilla reward system, intended to find out what if it works, first of all, and then what any problems might be. And we decided to go big for the prizes on the first run. So the third place prize is it's Amazon e-gift cards again. We're giving a lot of those away today. It's a $100 e-gift card for the third place, a $200 e-gift card for the second place, and a $300 e-gift card for the first place. So congratulations to all three of you on your prizes. Now going forward, we're going to have to make a few changes to the page that shows the leaderboard. We didn't clearly define who are the core contributors who are we consider ineligible for the prizes. So we're going to have to establish that before we start doing this regularly. And we're going to set up the page so it'll be clear who is not eligible for the prizes, but we'll still keep them on the page so you can compare yourself against them. The prizes will not always be this big. We'll be giving out prizes once a quarter. It might be t-shirts. It might be coffee mugs. It might be, anything that we find rewarding. And once a year, probably we'll give out a bigger prize. And it's by way of thank you to our contributors, and also to help maybe encourage people to dig in and try to beat the leaders on the leaderboard in your contributions. So we'll see how it goes, and we hope it works out pretty well. Do you have anything you want to say about it, Razvan? This was your baby from the beginning.
Not really. I'm pretty happy with the outcome. I'm thinking of maybe modifying a bit the pages and also add more statistics. Right now, it's very simple. I'm not very good with when it comes to web programming, but I think it's pretty easy. We can put maybe some filters, or before starting this cycle, we had like 1 or 2 months where data was still collected. So if we can aggregate all of them, we can see the results for a longer period of time. And I think it would be pretty nice to see overall stats, last cycle stats, who fixed more bugs. Because right now, the algorithm is very simplistic. It just looks at the severity and it sums up. It offers some points and it sums up. So yeah, we'll see.
And Adam, of course, recommends that if you want an awesome leaderboard, you do it in D. And Razvan, if you could post a link to the stats page in the chat. Luis asked for it. Max has a question for Átila. Átila, you mentioned that a leaderboard way back when we first discussed it in a meeting would have made you work more on D-Libs. Would that be for social clout or the prizes? I'm guessing the former.
Social clout, obviously. I don't even like gifts anyway. I hate when people buy me presents.
You don't mind getting beers bought for you?
No, yeah, that's an exception to the rule.
Steve has some questions. Okay, he's got a list here. Int promote is going to cause large problems, mostly for no gain. Is there a possibility to make it less problematic? For example, use short spews a deprecation that is unnecessary.
Well, int promote was put in because it was producing different results than C would for the same expression. And the point is to make it produce the same results for the same expression if it was in C.
Okay. Robert asks, what is the deal, long-term goal with live, GC, and memory in general with D? And only half jokingly, when can we admit that the GC is the best approach?
Now, it is the best approach. But, we do have to cater to the use cases that can't afford it, which aren't that many, I don't think, in my opinion, but they do exist.
So what's the long-term goal?
The long-term goal is memory safety, making, using the compiler as our friend to make sure that we don't write bugs.
I think we established a baseline in one of our meetings, and I put it in the summary. When safe would be done, or DIP 1000 would be done, or something. It's I have to go look it up again. My memory fails me. But we, I guess we'll say more about that in the vision document. And yes, Steve, that is the logical knot. Thank you. And Alex says, Walter, do you have the answer to my question way back? Okay. And the question that he's referring to was the one about the dips. Are there any dips that you would like a champion for at the moment?
At the moment, no. I have some dips in mind I want to write, but there's no progress on them at the moment.
Adam asks, when will preview int promote be default?
Well, I'd like to do it now. It's been in there for a long time now. It really needs to be the default, and the old way should be deprecated. So I'd be happy to do it now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed a question from Esna. What are the actions that are ongoing to increase the adoption of the D language in companies? Any marketing or sales speech? What, in your opinion, is the real blocking points of that adoption?
Well, I think import C is one of the blocking points, but or the lack of import C. But Mike, you're doing a number of initiatives to create videos and set up a channel for D and all that stuff, and I think those are going to be really helpful.
I hope they are. I really think that in this day and age, that's the way to go instead of blogs. So the blogs, we don't want to give up.
I thought years ago we should set up a Roku channel.
A what channel?
A Roku channel, ROKU. The Roku is the streaming box that you can buy for your TV.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, I'm surprised. Yeah, let me write it down here in the chat. Yeah, you can buy them on Amazon for a few bucks, and with it, you can connect your TV to Netflix and Amazon Prime and HBO and a bunch of other things. But Roku allows people to create channels for it, which then can be pushed to people who subscribe to the channels. So if we have a collection of videos, we can just create our own Roku D programming channel. And what'd be fun about that is nobody else does that for programming stuff. I'm not hearing you, Mike. Are you muted?
Yeah, I had my mic off. I wasn't saying anything. I was just and giggling. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this Roku thing, we don't have it in Korea, and I'd never heard of it. I mean, and my TV has that stuff built in already, but I can't upload anything to it. But oops, there we go. So yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. Brian Callahan asks, where does the definition of size T live in the DMD compiler? It seems to get defined to unsigned int on 32-bit architectures, but on OpenBSD, size T is always defined as unsigned long, and it causes linker errors.
Oh, I'm not aware of it causing errors on that. We did have a problem with OS X with it causing errors because of name mangling problems with it being long.
So where's it defined in the compiler?
It's targ_size_t, and you just look for that and do a grep for it. Oh, wait a minute, I'm wrong. It's not actually defined in the compiler. It's defined in object.d.
Okay, guys, I got ahead of myself there, repeating all the questions without noting the names. And I got to get these names down. I think I've got them now. Let's see. Elijah, repeating a question he asked Max earlier. If GC is the best approach, then can we have guards or barriers and concurrency and bump nursery?
Walter?
I don't know what that question means.
Guards and barriers in the GC. And
you want
concurrent.
the memory barriers that tell the GC when a piece of memory is modified. We're not going to do memory barriers, and for the simple reason that even if you use the GC a lot in D, it's used nowhere near as much as it is in Java, and having those memory barriers slows everything down. And it's only worthwhile if GC is your primary allocation mechanism. Well, it turns out that actually the primary allocation mechanism for D is a stack local variable, which is 0 cost. And for all your local variables, having memory barriers on writes to them is just going to be terrible. I just don't think it's suitable for D. It's suitable for Java and other very, GC does everything in those languages, but it's not suitable for D. It'll be a net loss.
And concurrency?
Concurrency, well, we already have concurrency libraries in the shared thing.
For the GC.
A concurrent collector. Wasn't Reiner working on that for a while? I think they ran into some fundamental problems with it, and I haven't heard much about it since, so I don't know.
And then the bump nursery.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Razvan.
I see that there is a pull request which says a fork-based garbage collector, which is merged in D runtime.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's Linux only. There. Yeah. And that's Linux only. That was the SEAC project that Francesco Mecca, I think, did a while back, and Reiner got it over the finish line to get it up to date and merged. So that was good.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was in one of the recent releases. Okay.
Good.
So, Alex, he asked about the dip earlier, and you mentioned a potential bitfield dip. So he says, how about the bitfield dip? Do you want a champion for that one?
Yeah, that'd be a fairly straightforward one, and I don't even think it's controversial. So I'm not even sure we need a dip for it. Let me put it that way. I mean, what's a dip going to say? It's going to work just like it does in the C compiler. And we've already implemented it for import C, so it's flipping a switch and officially we're supposed to have a dip for it, but pragmatically it's doesn't seem like it's worth it to write a dip for it.
Peter asks, are the companies listed on the D homepage still using D?
Well, as far as I know, they are.
Generally, as far as I know, the way that the companies were added to the page is that, they contacted us and let us know that they were using them and requested it to be put on the page. And we found out that some companies were using D, and somebody, went out and said, can we put you on the page? But we don't have a channel established with all these companies to find out if they're still using D. So it might be a good idea to start contacting some of these companies and say, hey, you guys still using D? And then,
I think that's a good idea because, if they stop using D, would they tell us? I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. So we'll have to be proactive about doing that and making sure our list is accurate. Guys, let me know if I miss anything. Just please shout out at me in the chat. I'm looking at Steve next. In the interest of including in the interest of including standard experimental logger in Phobos, the default log level is output everything. In order to use it in a lib, it needs a library. It needs to be a higher default level. Can we commit to fixing that before including it? You're muted, Átila.
Probably. I guess we need to hear some more opinions from the community first.
Brian says...
Obviously, this is not a showstopper.
Brian says the size T issue might be an OpenBSD specific issue because we're the only ones who unconditionally define size T as unsigned long. And Steve's final question. Can we get dual context support back as a compiler feature? Having to switch to LDC2 recently on ARM now reveals that I was unknowingly depending on this feature.
I'm not sure what you mean by dual context.
The lambdas, no?
If you need two context pointers, for example.
Oh, the two context pointers thing. I don't really understand what the problem with it is.
In some situations, you may need a context, for example, a nested function or a lambda may require a context pointer to the function where it was defined. And also I don't remember, just give me a second. But it turns out there are some situations where you need two context pointers. And Suleiman Sami implemented this and it got in, but then it was reverted.
I thought it was still in, the two context pointers.
It's a deprecated feature now.
Okay. I guess I don't know why it was reverted or what was the problem with it.
The reason was that that broke the other backend. So basically Ian was the one who reverted this because GDC couldn't handle that.
All right. Well, that's a good reason. I don't think anybody's going to rewrite GC and I mean the GCC backend to support dual context pointers. And if we enable it for just Windows or for DMD, then people are going to write this code that relies on dual context pointers, and then they're going to try to compile it with GDC or LDC, and it's going to fail, and they're going to be angry. It may just be more trouble than it's worth.
Okay, Elijah clarified the question about the concurrent GC. He says parallel GC is multiple threads marking. Concurrent GC means running the GC at the same time as the app.
Okay. So what was the question again then?
So will we get concurrent GC? I guess the forking GC we have now, Elijah, by the way, says it's a cool strategy, though I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah, the forking GC is not concurrent GC, right? That's
okay. Well, if we do it, I'm not going to be the one that works on it. I just don't have the interest level in a concurrent GC to do that. I'm more interested in getting the memory safety stuff and the @live stuff all working properly.
So that sounds like a nice project for somebody who is interested and knowledgeable.
Yeah, in the past, Reiner was very interested in the GC, and he did a lot of great work on it as a result. So that's what we need is need a champion to think about how to make that work and to get it to work.
And Alex, in response to your answer about the Bitfield dip, says, I don't mind writing one, Walter. It will take me a day.
Good, because it shouldn't take more than a day.
So that's your task, should you choose to accept it, Alex.
Yeah, and look at the way the compiler implements it and just do the dip for that.
And so Eddie asks, well, he's comments and then asks, I think we should start using Dub to build the core components, DMD, druntime, and Phobos, similar to how Rust uses cargo. What do you think?
What would we gain, though? I mean, other than being able to use DMD as a library, I guess. That kind of thing, but other than that.
Well, he says there's more here I didn't see. This comes from the fact that we are promoting Dub as the de facto build and package manager, but we don't use it in the core components.
Yeah, that's a good point. I still don't think it will make much of a difference, though.
Elijah suggests it could encourage people to improve Dub.
That's also a good point, because it definitely needs improving.
Walter?
Well, the more complex we make the build process, the more of a problem it could be. And I'd kind of like the compiler or the core stuff to be really easy to build, because you need that to bootstrap everything else. So while I agree with the dog fooding idea, and I agree with the idea that it looks good, it may be too problematic. In fact, I'd even like a build script that was an actual script file, not even a make file, just a script file with a list of commands to build it. And the reason for that is not a whole lot can go wrong with it. For bootstrapping purposes, we need as simple a build system as we can do.
Okay, Robert. No, did I skip you? I thought you asked about the live and stuff. But yeah, okay. If I missed something, I'm sorry. What are the long-term goals? Okay, I see. What are the long-term goals for Phobos other than no auto-decoding JSON XML replacements? Yeah, sorry, Robert. Thanks for reminding me.
I'll probably try to do as little with memory allocation strategy should be up to the user of the library, and not at a low-level decision by the library functions themselves. And there are many strategies for accomplishing that. One of them is implemented in std.path, where it creates paths and combines paths without ever allocating memory, because it uses the chain template to make it work. And so it defers all the memory allocation up to the user of the algorithms in there, which I think is a really neat way to make Phobos work with any allocation strategy the user wants to apply to it, rather than it being baked into an implementation. Another thing I'd like to see is to go through all the functions that throw and decide if they really need to throw if there's a way the interface to the algorithm or function can be redesigned so throwing is not necessary. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see in Phobos much less interdependence of modules, i.e. modules being more independent of each other. So if I include std.x, all I get is x. I don't pull in the entire Phobos library. Another goal I'd like to see is the Phobos being header only, which has been a big success in the C++ community, where all you have to do is import from the library. You do not have to link in with the library binary. And the advantages to this are, one, it makes your make system a lot, or your build system a lot simpler. And the other is a perennial problem with having the switches that the library binary is built with being compatible with the switches you're building your other code with. And if you make it header only, this becomes, this problem just disappears. So those are things I'd like to see as a future direction for Phobos.
I think we need to take it easy as well and take smaller steps. So I think that if we remove auto decoding, that's enough of a reason to have a V2.
Yes, I agree. V2 should just be auto decoding removal. We should stop talking about it and just do it. We've, Andre figured out a way we can do the versioning, and we should just do it, be done with it, and then, see how it goes. And if it's not, and if our versioning scheme is actually going to work with something like this, it's a fantastic test case for it.
Ricky has it's not a question, it's a follow-up, I guess, on a question he asked yesterday about TLS and import C. I think he says to Walter, regarding TLS, extern C main currently doesn't work with MSVC due to a bug in the DMD backend, and yes, it has a bug report. So,
all right. Well, I guess post this in the forum with a link to the bug report, and we'll have a look at it. Just a second here. I'm in a conference call, so I'll call you back. Bye.
Okay, Robert asks, when can we have nicer version numbers? D 2.098 or even better, D 2.0100 just looks unprofessional.
We just want to make you suffer, so. Well, having version numbers like 1_n_z to me is always awkward and clumsy and ugly looking. So I don't know. I'm probably out of step with my opinions on that.
Well, we did discuss this in the past. We had a proposal. I remember writing up a proposal that Martin put forward. Martin Novak put forward, and we never really went anywhere with it. I think it's still sitting in a gist somewhere. So it's something I guess we could talk about in a future meeting. We could put it on the agenda. I could put it on the agenda, and we could say, hey, is this something we want to do or not?
I agree. I know it's come up repeatedly, but one of the problems with the classic versioning scheme is it doesn't really fit with how we develop things with D. We don't do major versions and minor versions. We do incremental versions. And that doesn't really fit in the classic versioning or semantic versioning scheme. And I think that's why it really hasn't gone anywhere with D.
Okay, I'm scanning down here, trying to find the next question. A lot of discussion about the build system and build.d. Regarding the version number, Robert says, Simver. Why not Simver?
Well, that's what Simver is, isn't it? Is the major version, the minor version, and then the revision level.
Or maybe he's asking if you're talking about Simver. It just says Simver ? So I'm not sure exactly when it came in.
Well, that's usually what people mean when they want to introduce a versioning numbering scheme as Semver. And my argument against Semver is we don't really do major and minor releases with D. We do incremental releases. So it's a paradigm that doesn't really map too well on the way we've done things here.
And Brian suggests you make everyone unhappy and just says have a -std equals D21. Okay, it looks like I got caught up on the questions. Yeah, did I miss anyone? You guys are chatting fast and furiously here. I'm trying to get all your names in my Sublime text file script so I can pick a winner. All right, any more questions for Átila, Walter, and Razvan? We still have a half hour of questions to take.
Well, nobody's going to ask me what my favorite color is.
This isn't Reddit.
This isn't Reddit. Oh, okay.
Now that you mention it, what is your favorite color?
I don't have one.
Are you volunteering to implement a better UI for Q&A, Steve? Because if you are, please do. I'm not going to have time to do it. I promise you that. Yeah, Steve, obliged. What's your favorite color, Walter?
Red, no blue.
I was about to say that. Is
that your favorite color too, Átila? Red, blue.
Yeah. That's for the Holy Grail. What a film.
Okay. First name, last name has a question for Walter. Any book on D in the making?
Well, I should ask you that, Mike. You write all my stuff.
I'm not aware of any books, any new books in the making. There's none from me. I know that much.
All right. I think Ali has talked about doing an update to his tome on D. Very useful book he wrote, but he's thinking about updating it. So I don't know how that's going, if he's in the chat and can answer that.
Brian asks, Walter, what was your favorite class at Caltech?
Well, probably jet engines. I took a class in jet engines, and they work through how to create a formula for the entire jet engine. And the cool thing about that was you could see how you could adjust its performance, or which parameters you had to move to adjust the performance to get what you want. And so I never thought that could be done. And it was, you could really see how the thing worked just by looking at the how the formula worked on it. And it finally answered the question is, why does a jet engine shoot the thrust out of the back instead of out the front? Because every description of how a jet engine worked did a lot of, that. And, you light the fuel and it blows out the back. And I always think, why doesn't it blow out the front? I mean, it's just a tube. So why isn't it blowing out the front? And it was the formula that finally answered that question for me. So that was a really fun thing to find out.
Lance Bachmeyer asks, are there any plans to compile to JavaScript?
Oh, what a horrible idea. That's the thought has never occurred to me. So, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, although it's a horrible idea. But
can LBC do it?
What?
Can LBC do it? Because if so, then we already have it, right?
Well, we already have a WebASM backend, so I guess why would we need a JavaScript backend or WebAssembly backend?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Robert, following up on his other question earlier about Phobos, the things you talked about are only changes but not additions. What about JSON schema support, event library, etc.? I believe you talked about some of that yesterday, Átila.
Sorry, I was replying on the YouTube thing. What was that again?
Robert's asking, he wants to know not just about changes to Phobos, but potential new packages like JSON schema or event library or that kind of thing.
Right. Put it up on code.dlang.org first, I'd say, just like I mentioned in the talk.
Yeah, put it up on Dub and kick the tires, but then we'll need a process for getting it. We'll need to formalize we'll need some kind of process to get it into Phobos.
Mike, you're slowly drifting off the screen. All I see is one of part of your eyeball. There you go.
Sorry, I'm just I'm drooping down over here on my desk. So you were going to say more, Átila?
No, because you said we needed a process. Well, some type didn't really need a process, and it made it end. So.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if we'll get that lucky all the time. What is the most far-fetched avionics metaphor you ever did, Walter?
Well, I know Andre hates all my avionics or aviation metaphors. I think he hates anything with the word Boeing in it. So
he gives you his eye roll.
Oh yeah, he gives me the famous Andre eye roll and thing. Well, what's funny is he wanted me to the origins of the D programming language. I put some roots of D and gearbox design in there, and Andre said nobody's interested in that. Take it all out. And then when we sent it to review to the committee, they says, "Oh, these connections to Boeing are really interesting. Can you expand on that?" So
yeah, they highlighted that.
Laugh on that one.
Yeah. Elijah asks for Razvan, what's your favorite color?
Black.
Oh, Johnny
now
Cash.
we found the god.
I guess this is Reddit. Let's see.
No, Reddit is the bad puns streams.
Yeah. Ate Escala asks, Átila, is it red because red cars go faster?
It's red ones go faster, and that's a Warhammer 40,000 joke.
Ah.
Space Arcs, I literally painted things red because they would make them go faster.
Okay, Lance, I'm not sure what you're asking about. Is there any updated news, or did that die? Are you talking about the WASM, the WebAssembly? Or are you talking to Sebastian Kappa? He's still working on the runtime. So he's in the chat here. He can answer that. And Ali says, I'm behind. Okay, Ali's behind on updates to his book, but it will happen. And everybody, we need more video content on D as needed by the current generation.
Yeah, well, now that you got that new software for me, Mike, I can, I'd say, more casually make some videos.
Awesome.
So,
I hope
give that a try.
Great. We'll see you put it to good use. Sebastian Kappa asks, what about borrow ownership directly on structs, like live on types? I'm interested in knowing that a struct has only one reference.
Well, that's what the @live improvement to or attribute to D functions does. It does treat structs, and you can have only one pointer to your struct instance. It won't allow you to have any others.
Okay, a question I missed. What does having bit fields built into the language offer over the existing standard.bitmanip bit fields? That's a tongue twister. And standard.bitmanip bit array.
Okay, it doesn't. Bit array is something different from bit fields, but what it offers over STD implementation of bit fields is binary compatibility with the target C compiler, and the current scheme does not offer that. The second thing is it will implement bit fields directly rather than going through inline functions to accomplish it. Yeah, it just seems more convenient to do it directly because compilers, like the DMD backend has direct specific support for bit fields, whereas when you use D's version of bit fields, use functions and shifting and masking. So it's just more efficient.
Back to the D to JS thing, Robert suggests that D to JS is a really good idea because the WebAssembly output is huge and JavaScript is, for most stuff, quick enough.
Well, JavaScript has only one numeric type, double precision. How that fits really with D's notion of multiple integer types and different floating point types is kind of problematic. Like, D has 64-bit longs. You cannot map that onto a 64-bit double because you're going to lose the bottom several bits of it because those bits are used to store the exponent. And so I don't really see how you can successfully have JavaScript as a backend unless you're going to go as far as emulating 64-bit math, which is going to be terribly, terribly slow. I don't think the JavaScript backend is suitable for being a target with D.
Esna has a question for you, Walter. Any follow-up on your infamous, my word, memory safety will kill C statement in the previous AMA with Scott Myers?
Oh, well, I still think it's happening. There's a lot of proposals to add memory safety and tracking ownership stuff to C++. And when I was working on import C, I kind of got reacquainted with C and realized there's a number of really terrible things in C that are unsafe, that are still officially part of the C standard. And those things should just die. The C community shows no interest in fixing these problems. And so I think programming is just going to pass C by. However, C itself is going to survive in terms of being an application binary interface because C is the lingua franca of the programming world. And that's how different programming languages are going to talk to each other. They're going to talk to each other through the C ABI, even though there may not actually be any C code involved in that. I think the C interfaces are going to persist with the operating systems, of course, but the actual applications I don't think will be written in C anymore. It's just too darn expensive to deal with those memory safety problems. I think the expense of those problems just kills the advantages C has. It's just too expensive. You can't afford losing millions of dollars having security breaches or ransomware attacks and all those other vulnerabilities. And C is just a wide open for difficult to catch corruption and backdoors and all that stuff. So I think it's just going to be forced out. If I was a manager of a company building infrastructure, I would not use C for it for that reason.
Okay. Aikatsu asks, what is the state of @Live? I was pretty excited when it was released, but since then it hasn't received much love.
That's because I've been working on import C. I have not forgotten @Live, and the first step is fixing DIP 1000. There have been a number of issues with it that need to be fixed, and then I can go back to work on @Live. And the reason for doing it in that order is DIP 1000 is foundational for @Live. And the DIP 1000 bug in particular is the one that Átila ran into, is when you have a return scope ref, it isn't clear which does the return attach to the ref or does the return attach to the scope. And I know how to fix that. I've laid all the groundwork for it. I just need to, just write the PR for it. It shouldn't be that hard, and fix it finally. And the other thing that's holding it up is I have more bugs than I'd anticipated for import C, and I need to get import C to a place where it's usable. And
I haven't forgotten that.
very close to that. I'm very, very close. I just need to, get over that last hill, and it should be usable.
You're saying Átila?
Yeah, I haven't forgotten @Live. I haven't forgotten @Live either, and I need to talk to Walter about it as well. I'm just being pushing back on it because he's working on import C anyway. But
Neto asks, I think we need to implement dips faster. There are features that only D has, but languages like C# are getting those. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, for the last 15 years, other languages have been copying D features, but they're never going to be D. So, so I'm not terribly worried about it. I think like import C, we're ahead of the curve on that. I don't know of any other language other than C++ which does that. Makes it so easy to interface with C. So I think that's going to be a big advantage for us. I think the @Live thing is a feature that will set us ahead of the other native languages. And I think we're actually in a good position. The major problem we have is manpower to work on implementing all this stuff. So that's really what's holding us back.
And if all goes the way I hope they do, that might change from next year, hopefully. From Dennis Corporal for Walter, Timon Ger described @Live as a linting tool for @system code. @Safe has to be waterproof without @Live, and with @Live you can still mix allocators. Any plans to improve the design yet?
Tim and I have fundamental disagreement about how an ownership borrowing system could be implemented. So we're kind of at right angles to each other on how that should be done. I don't think it's possible to make D memory safe 100% without @Live. And the reason for that is because you can write your own storage allocator in D. If you can write your own storage allocator, how are you going to make it 100% memory safe without tracking lifetimes? I don't know of a way to do that. Perhaps Timon was misinterpreted, because I'm sure he understands this. DIP 1000 is capable of ensuring you don't have stack corruption, any dangling pointers to the stack. I believe that it's if we fix the couple of problems with it, it is sound in that you should not be able to generate any stack corruption if you're using DIP 1000. But that doesn't help you if you're writing your own storage allocator. For that, you need lifetime tracking. So
I'm going to repeat myself from before.
What was that, Attila?
I need to repeat myself from before and say that I need to talk to you, Walter, about Outlive.
Okay. I'm sensing some disagreement with my sunny summation.
Yep.
Dom Disc asks, what about finishing at property? What's holding it back?
At property? Nobody cares about it. That's what's holding it back. I thought we dumped at property years ago. I'm surprised it's come up again.
Well, Alex was working on a dip for it, I believe, and he says later on in the chat here, he says time is what is holding it back. It's never been dumped. It's just there.
Yeah, it's just there. It just didn't get any more attention, and people just stopped using it. But it's there, kind of for backwards compatibility.
Mukul Joshi asks, which operating system, code editor, and web browser do you use, Walter?
I use Micro Emacs, which is available on my personal GitHub account. And that's based on an Emacs clone that floated around the internet in the 1980s. And, I really liked it and started modifying it for my own needs have been using it ever since. It's by modern standards, a pretty primitive editor, but I'm just so used to using it. I'm very productive with it. So that it being a primitive editor doesn't really matter. So that's what I use.
Ate Escala asks, should we start comparing ourselves to Go and or Rust when marketing?
No. That doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is anytime you have anything that's the slightest bit critical of Go or Rust, someone invariably pops up and says, you're wrong. Here's a way to make that work. You've mischaracterized it. You're deliberately showing something bad about it. And it's just not worth it. The best thing we can do is to show off what D can do and its strengths and let people who know Rust and know Go do their own comparisons of it. That works a lot better.
There's also some fallacy here too, because a lot of the time people, that's post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, in which because it was successful, they attribute it to something, but I don't think anybody knows. For instance, in one case, people keep bringing this up. We need to have a proper ID and market it so the language can be successful. But Go didn't have that. They only ended up having an ID after they became popular, and not because of it. So.
I'm going to agree with Stephen. We need a better interface for these questions and answers. This is the first time we've had so many questions coming in one of these chats. We didn't get anywhere near this many last year. So I'll implement something well before DConf next year, so it'll be ready by then. This going back and forth to the text editor is inefficient. Max says, is there any plan for import C and the preprocessor? This already came up yesterday or something, but please, Walter.
Okay, well, there's not a solid plan, but the plan is likely to be to have DMD fork the associated C compiler's preprocessor in order to preprocess it, and then take the resulting output and feed that into import C. That's, to me, seems the most direct way to get it done.
Okay, we got 5 minutes left on our original slotted time. Are you guys okay going a little longer to get the questions? Yeah, okay, thank you. Luis asks, Walter, is there any performance benefit for using the reversed parameters calling convention with context pointers, or just a workaround from the past?
Oh, that's a workaround from the past.
Okay. Esna asks, what do you think of hijacked packages being turned? Okay, the situation with NPM, where packages get hijacked and turned into malware and cargo and PI that are coming almost every week. What do you think can be done to prevent that from happening with D?
Is that the characters that go backwards? You know, the right to left characters?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, there is a Bugzilla filed on that, and it's really simple to fix. Anyone can fix it if they want to.
I don't think he's referring to that. I think he's referring to the fact that people can replace or substitute existing libraries. So basically, they're hijacking the library that cargo. And I think he's referring if this is possible with Dub right now and what we can do to prevent that. I may be wrong, but that's how I interpret the question.
Okay, well, I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. Unfortunately, I haven't thought about it.
That sounds like something that might need some digging into. Brian has an update about the size T issue on OpenBSD. He says it wasn't with D. The issue was with LDC's compatibility on type sizes, which didn't understand OpenBSD.
Well, I'm glad it found the source of the problem.
Neto asks, Walter, how can we make D more popular?
Write articles about it, record videos about it, and put them on Reddit and Hacker News. That's how you do it. Write about your projects. If you're doing something in D, write an article about it. It doesn't even really have to be very long. Just you know, you did this neat project, and oh, by the way, it happens to be written in D. That's how you do things. That's how most languages become popular. As people see there's a game or an interesting project written in language X, and they go and look at that, and so they become familiar with language X by looking at the examples. You know, how BASIC became very popular is a book was published, 101 Basic Games, and you could type those in on your personal computer, and they were written in BASIC, and that's how people learn BASIC. It's how I learned BASIC, was typing in those games. That's how you do things. So if you've written a game in D or an interesting project or whatever, put it on GitHub and write a brief article about it and let people know about it. That's how you do it.
So Ricky asks, can we have the core developers own language integrations into IDEs a la a shared library so that we can have proper IDE support without having to figure that part out?
Oh, you don't like me using micro Emacs, huh? Well, I've never used an IDE, so Well, I take that back. Every time I fire up Visual C, I know Microsoft's IDE, it takes forever for the blasted thing to even load up, and it just takes over my machine, and I just exit out of it as soon as I can. So
I mean, we have DCD, and I think it does a good enough job. What would really help here is being able to use DMD as a library to do that too, so that you could get proper parsing. But right now, for instance, with Emacs and DCD, there's not really anything I'm missing. It's usually, jump to definition and fly checks, things like that.
Yeah, but aside from what you guys are missing, I mean, is there a benefit to having IDE support as part of the core instead of as third-party ecosystem projects?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this D is old, let's put it that way. These days, I think anybody starting a new language would start with that first. I've joked saying that, when you write a compiler, it should only incidentally generate code for a computer to execute. Everything else should be tooling, really. Yeah, there would definitely be benefit in that.
Steve, I'm terribly sorry I missed your question, but I'm scrolling up and I can't find it. Could you please repeat it for me? I think after this event, I'm going to go get my eyes tested and finally get glasses. I've been needing them for a while. And right now, my eyes are blurred looking at this. Yeah, I've had to size my font on my Kindle app pretty big these days. So Steve has a question about named arguments somewhere in there. Razvan, can you see it anywhere?
I've also been searching for it, but I couldn't see it.
Yeah. So okay, good. It's not just me. All right. If you're listening, Steve, please repeat your named arguments question. All right. Waiting for Steve's question. Does anybody have any more? Oh, okay. Peter says, I don't know if he's talking to somebody else or if he's asking this for you guys, but he says, did you know that Silk, a quantum, SILQ, I guess this is not Symmetry's Silk, a quantum computing language from ETH Zurich was written in D?
No, I did not know. That's cool.
Yeah.
Go Switzerland.
Yeah, I just asked that one, Peter. Okay, it's Timon's work. Okay, Ikatsu, I'm sorry, you're having to scroll up to find this stuff, and it's really hard to see. Okay, here we go. Any thoughts on introducing a feature to defer the type of templated instances to a later stage? This can bring advantages when creating instances where some of the templated types are irrelevant.
Well, I don't think we've had any thought in that direction. Although the compiler does try to not generate code for any templates that don't actually need code generated for them. So they're instantiated, but no code is generated for them. And so that's been fairly effective at reducing compile times.
Okay. So Steve hasn't gotten back to me with that question yet. What is meant by irrelevant? Did Walter just say something's irrelevant?
I don't remember saying irrelevant.
I don't remember either.
No, Steve, I haven't censored anything. Oh, okay. So where are the named arguments? We've got the dip was accepted, but it hasn't been implemented. Okay, got it, Steve. Thanks. It hasn't been implemented yet.
It hasn't been implemented because nobody stepped up and implemented it. It's not that. It's not that I'm trying to sabotage it or anything. It's just that there's just so many things I need to be doing that I haven't done that yet. But if somebody else wants to step in and implement it, that'd be great.
Okay.
Maybe this is the kind of task that Alexander was asking for, because he wanted to champion a dip.
Well, it's already been accepted. Yeah, it's already been approved. Just needs the implementation.
Yeah, but championing.
Yeah.
Okay, but championing doesn't also suppose that you need to implement it.
Well, I would think specification of a dip and implementing it are different tasks. It doesn't necessarily need to be the same person.
I think Max was already working on it. Okay, yeah, Steve, I'm free to work on named arguments again, but I think someone will overtake me at some point because I keep getting sidetracked. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Steve. Now I see your third time asking too. So, okay. Did I miss anybody else? Is there anybody else I missed? All right. So thanks for all of your questions, guys. We will. Dennis, what was your question? I asked one from you. Which one was it? I only saw one from you earlier. Thank you very much, John. Okay. Dennis asks, since compiler switches are bugs, but the list keeps growing, any ideas to reduce the number of switches that DMD has?
I need to learn how to say no.
But so that's just it. It's just you haven't said no. That's why they keep growing. So
that's why they keep growing, and I need to say no more often.
And here's oh, okay. So that wasn't related to anything Walter actually said or anything. All right, guys. Thank you for your patience through this. This was eye-opening. The thing here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run the script to award. Let's see. We had the mug, gift card, T-shirt, one more mug. That's right. We're giving away a mug this time. So, or no, sorry, we're giving away a $25 e-gift card this time. So I'm going to run it through the script, and the winner is Sebastian Kappa. Congratulations. You get a $25 Amazon e-gift card. And now the final daily prize. Everyone who asked a question today is eligible. And I didn't expect anywhere near this many. I timed them based on the number of questions, but oh, come on. What did I do? Oh, I see what I did. Okay. All right. We got to uncomment all this stuff here. All right, here we go. Now we should be good to hook. Okay. I bombed that one. We will have a $50 e-gift card. I've got the list here. I'll announce the winner in the forums. It's the daily prize. I'll also announce a winner for the grand prize for the $100 e-gift card in the forums. I got to fix my script here. I'll record myself doing it, and so that way everybody can see me. I'll put a link to the video. And that's it for the prizes. Stay tuned to the forums, and I'll let you know. And Walter, Razvan, Átila, final words from you guys to close out the conference, please.
Well,
Right,
I sure
Marty.
hope our next one is live. I mean, is in person.
Oh, yeah, sure. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah. I'm sorry, Guillaume, the Onan was not the prize winner. The Onan was the timer that I ran out of dates. That was different. That script finished. That wasn't buggy. My random script was buggy. Sorry, Razvan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this was really fun, and D rocks.
Átila.
Yeah, write more D.
Write more D. Yeah. All right, everyone. Thanks to all of the speakers for putting together the talks. Thanks to all of the viewers for watching and for asking questions. Thanks to you guys for being here for the Ask Us Anything. Apologies for the things that went wrong this time. We'll try to get it better next year. And everybody, see you in the forums if I don't see you in BeerConf. And take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.
BeerConf. Thanks, Robert. Thank you. Thank you, Ali.